Hello, everyone. It is the beginning of the late night live stream specials for the week, and I want to tell all of you hello and greetings. You could be watching from anywhere around the country and the world, and I really appreciate that. And we have some things to talk about regarding the hurricane. We'll be talking about some things, new things with the trials I'm watching, and some of the Halloween like spooky stuff. And as always, I'll be playing the game. Recently, we had the hurricane hit and cause a lot of problems for the coast of Florida and the rest of Florida, many outages and things like that. And it was very nice to see on the Ryan Hall stream that he did. His coverage was very good, and seeing how the hurricane was passing over. So now I'll be switching over to the other screen to see me. Also, what we'll be doing is playing the game, and I'll talk about the topics, then I'll get into the articles and stuff like that. Okay, let's begin. Alright, hello everybody. Good to see everyone. And I am glad to be here with all you. We are going to now start the game. Yeah, so basically, I was watching the trial. I was watching a couple of them. I've been watching YSL, and I've been watching the one today. I was more focused on was the mother who, and I see, yeah, the mother who was, accused of deleting her husband, and it's really seeing, who was really guilty here. It's kind of seeing which party was guilty, and it seems that her sons seem very immature, and we were all roasting them. And basically, we have Rulia. Hello, Rulia. She says, which I'll get back to that in a moment. Hi, Alien. I'm here, but I can hardly comment because my phone won't charge normally. I'm listening and working on my miniature scary Halloween house. Well, Rulia, I am glad to hear about that because I love Halloween, as you know, and I'm glad to hear about that. Have fun doing that. I'm glad you're listening to us on the show. Shout out to you and shout out to Shecky. Hey, bro, good to see you, man. I'm glad to see you here in the chat with me, also with Rulia as well. Good evening to you. And yes, so basically with the trial, her kids. So she is a wealthy older lady, and her husband. They're a wealthy family, and they were giving their kids a lot of stuff that they wanted, like and they said they needed, and things like that. And it just seems like they're being taken advantage of. And they showed the house she has, and very nice house. They had some, it's over in Georgia. There's like a deer head. There's all this furniture, and it's a big area. And she was, the husband was burned, and also, it seems that the kids don't seem too nice, and they're putting their mom down, and I think it's still seeing if she's guilty or innocent, and I'm just kind of just watching it, seeing how it goes. I don't have too much of an opinion, but I do think that the son seems sketchy. I haven't been focusing on the other trial with Nixon, where he was the gentleman that's defending himself. I've not focused on that one too much. I was mainly focused on which I focus on multiple, like 3 or 4 at one time, but with the hurricane and all that's going on, I was focusing on the hurricane and like 2 of the trials. Yeah, but I will be continuing to keep up with them as time goes on and updates about them. And I'll be starting the game, and y'all can see the game. And basically, I was watching the hurricane, and it broke some records, and it was a very powerful hurricane, and prayers to Florida, and everybody that I'm related to in Florida is doing all right. And thanks for the thoughts for everybody that was concerned about that, and also my friends as well are doing okay over there too. And yeah, it was a Category 5, and as it would go over the Yucatan Peninsula, as I was saying, it would start to weaken as it goes more closer to the land in Florida, because usually, that would be a very crazy situation. As powerful as it was, the most powerful Category 5 you could possibly have. or at least close to it. It may not be completely like regarding the exact statistics, but it was one of the like the most powerful a Category 5 can get. And here's the game. I'll play it as we talk about the different things. Going to give myself a review. Okay, trials, movies, and the everything else. Okay, here we go. All right, we're all good. All right, so this is the game. Shout out to the game and all of you here. Okay, yeah. So basically, with the hurricane, I was watching the Ryan Hall y'all stream. I recommend y'all check him out. He does these streams about tornadoes and hurricanes and stuff like that. And his stream got 12 million views during his coverage, and I've never seen that before. Because during the stream when I was watching it, it went up to 400K, and the 4 years I've been on YouTube, I have never seen that before. And he does a very good job, and his team does very well covering the weather all the time. And yeah, so it was a very powerful Hurricane Milton, very powerful as it barreled through the south, like the middle and southern part of Florida. And watching the winds and the storm surge, it was like it was on steroids. Like as I said in my video, it was like on crack. And it's good for the people that heeded the warnings about it, because I know from Hurricane Katrina, obviously, that it's best to do what you can to stay out of harm's way. And but before that, we had Hurricane Helen that caused a couple of states to have problems. So that is a very we've been having some crazy hurricanes this year. Yeah, but with Hurricane Milton, it was weakening as it went over the Yucatan Peninsula, but unfortunately somebody in Mexico drowned. And there was a lot of wind shear, obviously. And the thing about those hurricanes, because it went down to Category 3, but you see with the storm surge, just like with Hurricane Katrina, the storm surge is really intense. And it's good it dropped, but it was very intense, and that was a very powerful thing that occurred. Thank you, Rulia, so much. Thank you. And also, because I have a cousin there. I have my grandma's sister and her husband over there as well. And my uncle is not. He has a form of dementia, so he's not the same. Let's just say he's not the same, and my aunt cares for him, and she does that. And also, but your prayers were answered, Rulia. Everything's fine. Thank you. Thank you. And also, basically, and also some of the friends over there, were telling one of them on one of the streams I watch, he needed to evacuate. Because he was kind of waiting, and we're telling him he needs to get out of there because it's a bad storm surge. Hello, Duke. I see you there. Shout out to you. Hope you're doing all right. Yeah, and basically what happened was with the storm, as it went inland. It caused, as I said, lots of the water just flooded like Katrina. It just flooded in, and the hotels, the streets, and everything. It was a lot like Katrina. And even before it made landfall, it had over 100 tornadoes that touched the ground. And that is insane. It had so many tornadoes inside of it. Oh, that's good. I'm glad you're in Utah. Shout out to you, Duke. I'm glad that you were able to make it up there. Yeah, and let's see. about to go on the shore, and well, yeah, it's the moon. Shout out to the moon in the game. One thing about this time period's pretty cool because it looks like the medieval era, but it's closer to our time period, the pirate age. It was closer to our time period, so it was like a cross between the medieval times and our modern age we're in. It's pretty cool. So yeah, and basically, they showed all the different tornadoes that were touching down right before it made landfall, and sorry, you really feel for the people and animals and stuff that are in that situation. And there is obviously mass power outages that occurred. And the chat was going extremely fast. I was keeping up with some of my friends in that chat, but as best as I could because there's a lot of people there, and it's good to see people come together. As I always say, I like to see the unity of all these different people coming together for the hurricane situation because there's a lot of division sometimes, and it's good to see everybody come together over something. And another fascinating detail about the storm was there was this situation where come on, game. Okay. Oh, Duke says 20 hours on the road with George the chicken dog. Yeah. Oh wow. Yeah, that certainly sounds like it was something else. Definitely. And basically, I think with that kind of situation, I would take a lot of patience, Duke. I would take a lot of patience. Yeah, so certainly a lot of patience, and I'm sure, yeah, that was a really hectic trip. Okay, now it's doing it. Okay, good. Sometimes the game likes to act a little goofy, but here we are. So, a peculiar thing about the storm, besides the tornadoes that occurred, there's another interesting thing going on. In the hurricane, there was birds. So, and some of you may have heard me say this before in other areas of YouTube and the videos and stuff, that if there are birds inside the hurricane, and like inside the eye, because there is a signature of basically life inside of it, a biological signature in it, and those were the birds because they were trapped in it, and they were flying along with the hurricane, and it was I'm sure they were glad to be on land in Florida because these people over there, I mean, not people, but these birds, they were saying the birds made landfall. It was really, something I've not heard of before. Because, when a hurricane's going over a land, the birds will get, caught up in it. And one of my friends in the game is asking about the weather. I want to tell him, so I'm going to be a little bit quiet for one moment. Yeah, my friend in the game asked me how the weather was, and I told him that everything's fine. You know. Yeah, so and the birds, they're making landfall, and they were glad to be in Florida because they were in Mexico and going over it and going all the way into the hurricane. And basically, they had hurricane, and also I was learning about typhoon tip that would take up half the United States, and then it would hit the land. It would hit our if it hit our country, it would take up half the country. So those hurricanes over in Asia and stuff are very peculiar, very very deadly over there, very big. So hopefully, you don't have something like that out here. And I think basically for the people over in those islands in Japan and stuff, it must be, really, out of this world to imagine what it's like to be in that type of hurricane. But that was from a little while back. But so basically, there's nothing past a category 6. It's only a category 5. There's no category 6. Oh, that's good, Checky. That's good. To look for that thing, yes. And his mouse. Okay. Yeah, so basically, there's a category 5 and an extreme category 5 hurricane that you could have. All right. So, and this Hurricane Milton, was reaching a very high end category 5. Hello, Matt. Good to see you. I agree. I totally agree with that. All right. Here we go. And then we have this mouse. Yeah, and yeah, not Duke, but Matt. I do agree that would be a good theme for a horror movie. Absolutely. Because if it would have been that kind of category 5, it would have been very, very, very destructive, and it's good as it weakened over land. So we had some interesting things occur with the hurricane also, where there was the stadium that was housing people that needed like a shelter to go to. Their roof ripped off. Oh, it's the Rays stadium. And that, to me, reminds me of the situation with, although it's not on the same scale, with Hurricane Katrina, they had the roof rip off, and that was a shelter for people. So I'll be looking at updates about it, seeing, hopefully people in that situation were given another place to go, or the situation was resolved for them. It could be really, when a hurricane comes over, it's very freaky when it's shaking and it's causing catastrophic situations to occur. And that it'll howl. It'll howl a lot. And it was good to see people donate for the hurricane and prayers and thoughts. That is really great for the people over there, because I know how bad a hurricane could be. Okay. And also, I want to say, I hope all of you have been having a good week so far. And, as we get into the weekend, I hope it goes well with that. Yeah, and in the hurricane, there was mass flooding. Yeah, high winds bring the breeze. There was mass flooding, and people were in boats and stuff like that. And there was a lot of people that were trying to, some people wanted to evacuate, but they're saying at a point they couldn't evacuate because it was already too late. They just had to hunker down. And they were saying it was good to see a lot of the people evacuate and get out of harm's way. All right. You're welcome, Chucky. Okay. I got some emeralds this time. Okay. Come on. Just a little bit more. A little bit more mouse. Come All right, fix the mouse. Yeah, so I thought, what's something that surprised me, another thing that surprised me about the hurricane was all those people, like all those tornadoes that were hitting. That's something else I've not heard of before. And it's very interesting to see what we can see with these different maps that we have and different ways of measuring the what's in a hurricane, the different wavelengths and stuff. And also I like to see in our time with these live streams and YouTube how you can all these people could just watch it on a live stream. That's very cool. And to take thing it's different than being on media. It's something that you could see on the regular show, like on YouTube. The regular show actually that was the name of a cartoon when I was a kid, but I meant it regular show meaning just watching YouTube done by regular people. And I was seeing some things that they're trying to some groups and some individuals are trying to like be political about the hurricane. And you see like hurricanes from my experience, they don't discriminate. They attack everybody, everybody in its path. So it's not a time to have like situations where you'll want to talk about what's going on. I think the planet's very important and all, but I think sometimes people take an opportunity to talk about the things the planet's doing, how warm it is, and these different factors. And also more specifically, I'm talking about like say they'll have like this group might be affected more or worse off than this other group, so they may want to help this other group more. And I just think that with people, a hurricane's going to mess up anybody that's in its way. And I think a good thing that comes out of that bad situation is it brings people together. But for people that are trying to drag in the like these division tactics in there, I think is not nice. Like for instance, they were saying, and anybody could say their opinion about it, but it's an open discussion. But basically, as they were saying, the LGBTQ people are more worse off than other people, and that they're already having like they're kind of like weak. They're saying, and they have to cater to them more. But you see, I think that people in that community, like gay people, are just like us, but they're of a different say sexuality. But I feel they're kind of putting them down, and what they look like they're trying to act like they're trying to help them, but they're really just kind of putting them down by saying that. And I think that the hurricane would cause anybody a problem, regardless of what orientation they had or what race they were or whatever. Just like say that the other movements that go on to help minority groups, but really it just seems that they're kind of their enemy and they're just putting them down. So yeah, I think everybody should be helped in a hurricane, regardless of what they believe in, who they like, or these other factors of the race and stuff like that. So as I said, that's why you got to be know them by their fruits, like what Jesus said. Because I think when people believe in Jesus or not, I think that's a good quote, and it's good to help all people in the situation in a hurricane. And that I think that there are many people in the LGBTQ community that are just doing fine and doing regular, and there's some people that may be having problems, just like everybody else. Putting everybody in these little boxes. So that was something that I was brought to my attention, and I think that people could come together more and to not be focused on these different things about their the what they who they choose to like or the let's say their race, class, Like in Europe, it was a class thing. So that's why, as I said, I think that these people. I'll read what you have to say in a moment, Jackie. So I think that basically with the hurricane situation, for FEMA to say that is not appropriate because all people should be helped, and I think that there's gay people that are strong, cool, people that they're not all weaklings. Just like some of them were saying that the blacks can't use computers, so they have to be given special help or something. But I know blacks that are very good at computers and very, very intelligent. So as I said, they look like they're helping them, but they're not really. They're actually against them, but they're pretending to be their friend. Right? Yeah. A shout out to all the different people, and everybody should be helped in these situations. And I think that the hurricane brings people of different political and different orientations and races, everybody together. But a lot of these other people, I'd say some political agitators want to just still cause division. And the hurricane's a time for everybody to come together. Because if there's, say, a gay person next door to a straight person, they're both going to get hit by the hurricane. They're both going to have a problem with it. And, it's not a time to turn them against each other. Because it's like these people, they don't want peace. And so it has to do with the hurricane topic. I'm bringing it up. And as you all know, I do talk about political things sometimes. But yeah, so that's what I, think about it, that all people should be more united in these situations. I think it's a little bit ridiculous, but if anybody has some other perspective about it, I'm open to hear these different, opinions. But I just think that all people, it doesn't matter what sexuality someone is, people can have struggles, or people may not have struggles. It doesn't mean someone's weak, I don't think. You know. So Shecky had some things to say. The self-victimization is sad. They had to bad experience from one person in the group, everyone together. Right. And he went off a little bit. It's all good. Everyone needs equal help to get on their feet, yes. Coming together is very helpful. My black friend made computer baseball game before there was one. That is so cool. Yeah, shout out to your friend. Very intelligent. Very intelligent. And also, yeah, and I know, I have friends I knew from, I call the hood, we call the hood, that basically very good with computers and, building things and very articulate. And as I said, it's unfortunate to see these people. They'll try to help they'll say, these underprivileged people, but that's kind of like a racist way to say something, to call people that. And they put people in little boxes, and I think that people, if they're gay or straight, whatever, should all be united and come together, and not be allow these things to divide anybody, and everybody should be helped. And as I said, it's like, they'll say that the blacks can't use computers, and they'll say the gay people are weak, but that's both are not true. That's not a factor that determines if someone is weak or not. That's why you have to get into it's a lot of reverse psychology and a lot of stuff from the USSR when they were trying to cause subversion, in my opinion. All this, you could see, and that's what they do. It's like they do all these tricks and stuff, and like I believe Malcolm X said that they'll try to be their friend, but it's not what it looks like. They're really just their enemy, but they're pretending to be their friend. It's a very clever trick because you're not going to. It's kind of like a Trojan horse. You'll get a Trojan horse to come in, but it's really something else inside of it. That's really what's in there. And that's why it's good to piece by piece and pick things up by one. And there are a lot of, that's what you got to say. What are they really saying? You know them by their fruits. And as I said, people that even don't believe in Jesus can see that it's a good point, and that people could say something, but talk is cheap. It's like, what are the actions? What are the motivations behind it? And what is the outcome of it? Because if you have a country and a group divided, they can't be united, especially in a hurricane situation. You got to think, Are these people trying to cause division in our country? Are they trying to cause our people problems? That's what you have to think about. And I, just like I was talking to Gam about the Twilight Zone episode where the people were having this alien invasion. I came to their town with some alien friends and turn on some lights on and off, and the whole entire town, the whole entire neighborhood turned against itself because they're all divided, and the aliens are just sitting back and watching it. And see, look what they did. Like, for instance, like even with the rise of Hitler and Germany, they turned Germans against each other. The German Jews and the Germans against each other, and they divided everybody, but they claimed that the other group was dividing people, but they were actually dividing people. And there were German Jewish veterans that fought in World War One against the Allies, the Allies that were against Germany. So that is something interesting to take in consideration about this reverse psychology, and that it's better to have a group of people in a country united. And there's differences, and people could have different opinions or beliefs, but it's good to have a common ground and come together on something. Like they'll have these these nationalisms that they'll sprout out. So they like nothing wrong with being proud of your family or your ancestry or your ancestry or heritage or people. All that is good. But there's a point where these people that will try to cause division will try to say that this group is threatening this group, and they have to be united against this other group. And they seem to do this quite often, and that's where it starts, because they don't want a country and a people united. They want it all divided up. And naturally one could say you like your own family, but it doesn't mean you're against other families. So I think it's good to have a balanced approach about things, and people shouldn't feel bad about what they are or about what their background is or their heritage is or what their religion is, or I don't know what football game they like or whatever it is. So, but and also with the communists, what they did over in Russia and all the other parts of the world that they took over, they had this class conflict. They had the upper class versus the lower classes, and they went. And now in some situations, yes, some countries needed reform, and it's good for workers to have rights. It's good for people to be able to do what they have to do. But when they did this communism thing, they just got a worse system than they had before. It's like hyper feudalism. And like North Korea, for instance, look what they did over there. It's like worse than medieval feudalism, in my opinion. And you have the ruling party, and everybody's given equal amounts. But wait a minute, it's like being in a prison. Everyone's equal. There's a party that regulates everything, and it was created with good intentions, probably, or maybe with bad intentions even. But anytime it tried, it didn't work. Hello, Bina, good to see you. Anytime it was tried, it failed. And Bina, you understand that anytime communism and these different ideologies were tried, they all failed anywhere they went, and they caused division. Yeah, I do think that lady. I do agree with that. So, then they do this with everything. They do it with, people with the fascistic ideologies, like in Germany or the communists. In different ways, they'll cause these divisions and ultimately lead to the destruction of the people. And Joseph Goebbels, who was the propaganda chairman of the Nazi Party, and he said that you have to accuse others of what you're guilty of. And that's what you see this a lot today. Right, Chucky. And, Russia, eventually abolished the USSR, and it collapsed. And, Yes, absolutely, from Yugoslavia. Yeah, a very, you know, harsh over there during that era. You went through a lot. You go, girl. Yeah, that's hilarious, Matt. And also, I think that it's absolutely, because they'll see it over there, over in Russia, because they went through that before, and our country's kind of in the West is kind of going downhill with culturally speaking. And as I said, bringing these political divisions in a hurricane, that's the last thing people should do. That's the last thing people should do. And using reverse psychology to say this group is weak, so they need extra help, you're actually being really prejudiced against that group. And also, you should give all people the help they need. And I think that it's best to put America first. And it doesn't mean, hypothetically, if we're able to help allies or help people in other places that need assistance. But first, we need to give this country help. Not people from Timbuktu that come through the back door. Not from people way over somewhere. And there are some people that have been fighting in these other, places. That it's good to help our allies, but to focus on this country first specifically, I think, is an important thing. Or at least if you want to help both groups, you can't, because these people that need help with these hurricane situations over in these different states, they're not being, they're saying they didn't have the money for them, but you got to have the money for them. Like, you could help other allies and people if you, hypothetically, if you want to, but make sure most of it's left over for the American people, though. Right. They don't know what they're asking for. Communism is not a fun time, right? And they should not be rushing towards communism. Exactly, Matt. They shouldn't be rushing towards communism. I agree. And all these different kids and stuff, they'll say that the communism, they'll have a utopia. But it's not, Bina could tell you that it's not a utopia. And I studied about it a lot when I was coming up, and it's not a utopia. It's not good. I never was in a communist country, of course, thankfully, but from what I read about it, it's not. It's like you basically, they didn't like stuff in these other countries, but all they do is they don't get rid of the oppressive regime. They just create a worse oppressive regime that comes and takes over. And the USSR did these things to cause economic, well, cultural. They wanted a cultural war to destabilize the Western Hemisphere. Yuri Bezmenov did a good interview about it. And when you do that, and as I said, even in a hurricane, they'll take an opportunity to try to cause problems. And Bina has a very good insight here about her experience. So she says it was 11 of us in a small 2-bedroom house. Oh my goodness. All adults working, and we were freaking poor. I had 2 toys. I was 12. And that's really sad that you went through that. And I'm glad that it collapsed and you were able to get out of, that situation. Because you're, here, and I'm glad that the people, eventually the USSR collapsed. My friend in the game's talking. Okay, I switched this. Okay, so now we're gonna go back. We're gonna go back. We're gonna go back, and I'm pressing all the wrong buttons. Silly alien, pressing all the wrong buttons. Okay, so I am. Yeah, so yeah, Bina, that is really. It is mind control. It is mind control. And yeah, Bina, that had to be horrible. It's like they had you all packed like a bunch of cattle. That's what it seems like to me. In communism, like they'll say that, Lenin was saying in his writings that the communism, it would benefit everybody, and everybody would have equal opportunity, and it'll be a great society for everyone. But it didn't really seem to end up that way. But over here, you have all the opportunities you can, because they always talk about this place being bad, but you know it's like basically slavery. That's what the communism reminds me of. And because it's supposed to be, they claim that everybody would have equal control over the means of production, and everybody would have everything they wanted or needed. But I mean, these people really made a meme out of it when they instituted the communism. They really made a meme out of it, like they equal for everybody, but it's like it sounds like more they had a more of a nightmare in mind. It's like almost they hated the population they were ruling over. And while the party rules over everybody, everything they claimed that they were doing, that the other side was doing, they did tenfold for certain. And you can't talk against the state. It's completely totalitarian. I remember when I was, there's a bounty hunter right on my tail. I didn't even know that. But so basically, we're gonna get this thing right here. Yeah, we're getting them. Yeah, so basically, they divided everybody. Like in Doctor Zhivago, that movie I watched when I was a kid coming up. That's where I saw a lot of the stuff about communism and how the Russian Empire was becoming into turning communist after World War One. And man, they just like there was like a house, and they took everything out of it, and they put a bunch of people inside the house, and they were just putting everything everywhere. And that's not how it's supposed to work, because there's no private property, and everybody just lives in this, like as I said, a bunch of cattle. It reminds me of what Bina was describing about the 11 people in one place. That's basically what it was like, and that's the utopia they're talking about. I mean, that's a heck of a utopia, because you would think everybody would live in a mansion, everybody would have the food they need, and people could work when they want to, or they could do what they have to do and provide for their families. But man, they really had a different idea in mind. And Bina says because everyone pushing for communism never lived it. Most never traveled outside the U.S. They're clueless. And Bina said, I am glad I am here too. This is my home, and I loved it. And I love it, she says. And Shecky says in the U.S. they have a hippie view of communism. It is very shallow. Oh, absolutely. I totally agree about that. And, I mean, whatever the original intentions, because they'll say that communism didn't happen yet, but if they're trying to say that, say Karl Marx had some different idea in mind, then, they strayed away from it. But basically, anytime it was tried, it didn't work. It just ended up the same way. And it would be interesting to see what his reaction would be to see it play out. But, it didn't end well. And now basically he was more of a libertarian, and they believed in a stateless, classless society, so there wouldn't be a state, there wouldn't be a class, and it would be like what Shecky said, a hippie view, but that like a commune of people, like a village of people, or basically something like the Smurfs. But anytime they did it, it didn't work out that way. They just got something, way worse than what they had before. So, as I said, these people, humans cannot be trusted. They cannot be trusted. In our system, the founding fathers created this country, and not perfect, and there's some infiltrators that are trying to mess it up, but it's gone much better than those other countries because those other countries collapsed. They're on the streets of Russia and they're talking to people about what they thought of the Tsar. Some people didn't like him, but some people are saying that it was a feared country and it was very powerful, and the Tsar was good, and they had a very powerful economy. But when the communists came in, the Russian economy was destroyed, and they ruined everything. And you know Russia's economy is still having problems recovering from that. It just it to me it seems like a Trojan horse. Like I was telling y'all before about like what FEMA's saying about the hurricane, about these different political things. It's like a Trojan horse. It just seems like a Trojan horse. And the funny thing is that I've seen a lot is that the Tsar had like billions and billions of dollars, maybe a trillion. I have to look what the number was a lot. And the money's gone, and it's like, where did that money go? They seized the means of production, but where did it all go? Because the people didn't get it. Like, that's what they were supposed to do in theory, but they didn't give it to anybody. They kept it for themselves. Like, Bina and the 11 people didn't get it. They gave it to themselves, and they gave them, like, half a penny or less. Because this group that gets all the stuff, and they just keep it for themselves, and they don't, do anything with it. See, in this country, you have control over your destiny, what you want to do, what you want to make. It's all in your hands. Like, you could succeed if you would like. And that truly is having less of a government ruling over your every move. The outcome happens in our country more than these other countries. It just, the opposite happens. It's these people like are high on opposite day. That's all they do, is opposite day. So, that is the situation with the hurricane, that FEMA was saying that, certain groups are weaker and they have to help that group more because they're weak. The LGBT community was weak and they have to help them more. But as I said, it's like all people doesn't matter. Like, there's LGBTQ people in that community that are just regular people that are doing fine, and they're not all a bunch of weaklings, and they should be helped, and everybody should be helped in a hurricane situation. As I said, the hurricanes don't discriminate. Just like the people, they could use, like, blacks can use computers. They're not stupid. A lot of them are very intelligent. As I said, they just do the opposite of what they claim they're doing. So that was, and I love ranting about communism because I could go all day about it and all night. I am known to be long-winded. Yeah, I got that ship right there and it couldn't get me. Haha. And before, I was saying about the trial, so for those that weren't here, so I've been keeping up with the trials. I've not been keeping up with all of the trials as I usually do because of the hurricane that happened, and I was very focused on that hurricane and the people in harm's way. But basically, what I was doing was I was keeping up with the trial where the mother is accused of deleting her husband. And basically, she put him in and burned his body. And then the sons were testifying against her, and these sons were spoiled. Quit stalling and get to the crime. Exactly. This is why they call California so many regulations. Exactly. I agree with you, Shecky. Yeah, and they had so it was in Georgia, and they had a farm and farm animals, and it was a very big place. It was a very big place. It was a very huge, gigantic estate they showed you. She had a lot of nice furniture and chairs and stuff. There was a deer head. It was very, fancy carpet. And basically, I was like not even having an opinion. I was just watching it. A lot of times you see these trials and it's very clear that the person is either guilty or not guilty, but I just had an open mind. I'm just watching. It's kind of hard to tell. And the sons were talking about the mother and not really, basically putting her down, but basically they're the defense was, basically laying down their case. So basically in their case, ooh, we're gonna get hit maybe. No, not true, not true, not true. All right, Matt, thank you for coming. It's time to catapult. Uh oh, could go down. Be careful. Uh oh. Let's see. I'm gonna make it. What happened was they kind of caught me a little off guard for a second. They didn't catch me off guard. I just didn't know they were that close, and one of my power ups were not loading right away. But yeah, I'm gonna make it out of this. I'm gonna get those ships. Just gonna kind of just cruise around the sea for a little while the ship gets repaired. I'm gonna watch these goofs, these goons in the background. All right, so basically, as I was saying with the trial, the two kids, which are they're adults now, they were just getting money from their parents about the beach house and the different stuff the father was helping them with, and it just seemed like they were just leeching on the money. And and they seem very suspicious in the case, I think. And I don't really think it's what it's being portrayed here. I think there's something shady about those kids, which are not kids, they're adults. And the dude's neck looked cringe. Like he had a beard strap type thing with a really disturbing neck, like an abomination. He just looked like an abomination. And they're talking to him about the farmland and about the different stuff he liked, and it's just, man, this man just, ungrateful. And the mothers in the chat were saying they would be heartbroken if one of their kids were talking about them like that. And you see how they just turn on their family about money situations and stuff. People just turn like that. It's like the Twilight Zone episode where they went and talked about, hey Dwayne, thank you for stopping by and telling me hello. I hope that you're doing good with everything. Thank you for telling us hello. Shout out to Dwayne. Yeah, but so basically what happened was these two boys just wanted the money. That's what it seemed like to me. And as I said, I don't know. We have to wait to see how the case goes to see what is guilty, who's innocent. And the gentleman defending himself, Nixon, I've not kept up with that one because of the hurricane. And I've been focusing on that one and YSL. And YSL is just a big mess. They just keep on arguing over evidence and stuff like that. And they're still, they'll have these quarrels with Miss Love, the prosecutor. Yeah, so that is the situation over at that trial. And that trial, YSL, is going to just go on forever and ever until the year 2035. Okay. And in the trial chat, they were having some more trolls come in, and this guy El Marco Digital, some his name is, was getting into some more fights again with some people in there, And I just told him it's like we're not gonna, although there's no mods in there to stop the trolling. I just anyway just so I'm like we're not gonna be tolerating this type of bullying and stuff here. Everybody just focus on the trial and stop fighting each other. And they're saying I'm very mature and I do good with the chat, and they like the moral support over there. They like I'm not tooting my own horn, but I'm glad that they appreciate me over there, and they like me being their friend in the chat. Because sometimes these trolls. I saw a troll over at Ryan Hall y'all stream when he was covering the hurricane. There is this other problem where they there's trolls that were donating to him, and he got some pretty big donations, but they had some trolls donating and saying stupid stuff. And this troll was over there, and he was talking about just say the guy was saying stupid stuff. Then he went over to the trial chat, and he was talking some more nonsense over there. And I said, it's very interesting when you see trolls in one chat go into another chat room. It's like being with Steve Irwin on a safari. That's what I said. It's because you see these wild things everywhere, and they're just more and more of them. It's really absolutely just insane. And the person got called out, and they started calming down. And I said these trolls could just use their gifts and their not gifts, their talents for something good. They could just make friends or have a social life, but that takes brains. Because all this energy and effort, you could just put it into doing something productive. I think that these people are just really have low self-esteem. I've talked to trolls before that were like converted because like some people that were trolls or former trolls, they saw my stream and thought it was cool people, and that they were telling me, like when they saw my stream, it was during the phone lives, they were telling me that I do very well, and some of them kind of felt bad about themselves, or they just saw stupid streams, but they thought my stream was cool, and that we were like just kind of chilling and talking. So yeah, there's various reasons, but hopefully the trolls can stop trolling and just do the right thing. Exactly, Tony. It's just like middle school all over again. Yeah, they act like 12-year-olds, for sure. Faux show. And Dwayne says some good insight. He says, I agree. There's something I can't put my finger on with her son who took the stand. Those boys were really dependent on their parents' money. And Nixon, who took the stand, was bad. A narrative. Absolutely. I totally agree with you. And I was watching Nixon. I've been watching it for quite a while. But basically, with Nixon, I think that, like Capri Law, she was saying that Nixon set the foundation beginning pretty well with the trial. He's more respectful than Darrell Brooks. But basically, yeah, he's another character, in another sense, yeah. Defending yourself is not the wisest thing. And hello, Tony, Night Owl. Good to see you, friend. I'm glad that you're here with us. You're able to make it. Yeah, and like on the phone lives, you'll see like there's more trolls on. I've not done the phone lives in a long time, but there's a lot of creepy trolls that sometimes will come through. But at the same time, I'll see many cool people that will discover my channel and think I'm, what y'all think of me. Think I'm cool people. And basically, I think it's just absolutely cringe what these people do in these kind of situations. Let's see, I might just kind of float a little bit. I might fight these two ships. Yeah, I'll fight them. Yeah, so, and I'll continue to look at Nixon. And Nixon, for everybody's information, that's a defendant on a trial, and it's not Richard Nixon, the president. Nothing. They don't look alike. Not them. Not the same Nixons. And basically, I think with just something was not right. They're just too dependent on their family, and putting the people down like that. I thought that was absolutely horrid to see that kind of betrayal, and her she was very you know very twisted about it, and just so watching it just watching it, I think it was absolutely just baffling that to see that. Yeah, Tony says some people can't feel good about themselves without putting others down. Exactly. Exactly. I totally agree with you. Okay, I'm going right here. I'm going right here. Okay. Yeah, yeah, Shecky. Yeah, from the call-in shows. Yeah. Also, I saw you at Smoke and Scan too, which obviously you know. But yeah, you knew me from the call-ins. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people found me from the call-ins. Quite a few of the people here did. But as I said, everybody that you're in the chat with, I met on some stream somewhere on YouTube, and that is a very fascinating thing that I did there, combining all these different people together. All right, we sunk the stupid ship. Good. All right, plummeting ship. All right. Okay, so exactly, I totally agree with you, Tony. Very good points. Very good points. And I'm going to read them out loud in a moment. Okay, we're going to speed up a little bit here. I don't want to get into a. I don't want to get into a situation. Okay. They're sending more ships out. Different. You can be a keyboard warrior troll without getting punched out. Yeah, exactly. They feel tough, but they're not. Yeah, thanks, Tony. Thanks. And oh, that's pretty cool. I didn't know that, Shecky. Yeah, he does very good with his chases. Yes. And also, you know, yeah, I think that Tony, these keyboard warriors, they feel very tough, but they're all bark and no bite. Absolutely, for sure. And yeah, Dwayne, that's a very good point as well. Yeah, Tony, yeah, he does very good chases. Yeah, very good chases. Uh oh, this is the wrong port. Uh oh. Okay, we're gonna be all right. It bumped into me. They're trying to ram into me. So, oh yeah, Wade Wilson is creepy. Absolutely, I totally agree with that. Dwayne says, don't let his kind demeanor fool me. I don't let his kind demeanor fool me. Lots of thank you, Your Honor, and being pleasant. I hope we don't end up with another Wade Wilson fan club. A lot of people believe him. We'll see. Oh, yeah, with Wade Wilson, there's a lot of people, obviously, you all know, and maybe some of you don't know, is that there's a lot of people who, a lot of women that have a cult following on Wade Wilson and think that he's innocent and that he's this amazing person. And also Tony says Charles Manson and other serial killers had fan base with women. Absolutely. Yeah, and so he has a fan base of women, and the chat was spammed and spammed with thousands of these crazy women that liked Wade Wilson. It was extremely creepy. And Wade Wilson has confessed on the phone calls that he is guilty of what he was doing, and he just did it because he just turns into the devil. And he didn't get his chicken nuggets and his McDonald's. He didn't get any of it because they, were able to trick him because he was being, a moron. Yeah, exactly. Some sort of charm. Uh-oh. I fell through the ship. Uh-oh. The game glitched. Can't believe this happened. They need money while in prison. Yeah, I think it's very creepy, too, that they would do that. Absolutely. Yeah, so what you're seeing, the game glitched somewhere, and it had all that loot, and yeah, it's not responding right now. I should have probably docked before. Maybe it would have been different, but yeah. Yeah, so Charles Manson, yeah, he was another one, and Ted Bundy. Yeah, those are two that were able to trick women into those things. Yep, absolutely. Okay, Dwayne, thank you. Yeah, hopefully that he does not get a fan club. I agree. And Tony says they will tell you anything you want to hear to get it. Oh yeah, they'll tell you anything. They'll tell you absolutely anything. They're snake charmers. They like to they like to tickle your ears for sure. All right. Yeah, I'm seeing about this game. It glitched out on me. Let's see. Let's see. And Shecky said Ted Bundy. That was the name I was thinking of. He was very creepy. Girls loved his lines. Exactly. A lot of people thought Ted was creepy, but he said things that were very charming to people. Tony says, I don't know any prisoners, but I know some people that work in prisons. Oh, okay. I'm sure you have very interesting insight about these things. Yeah, it looks like the it glitched. We were so close. Yeah, I will lose all the loot we got from the raid because yeah, I can't get to him. All right, so the game glitched on me and I lost all my treasure. Let's see how it looks if it works at all. Nope. Well, okay. So we're just gonna go to the other part of the stream anyway. What I was gonna do was I was going to dock at Tortuga and tell Sam in the game goodnight, and I was gonna go do the rest of the stream with y'all. But yeah, the game has crashed. Yeah. Oh, really? Yeah. Thank you. I'm glad that you appreciate it. All right. So what happened was the game sometimes their servers will have problems, and the server before Sam and another friend of ours, the Philosophical Clam, they had to leave the game and come back into it because it had crashed. And it looks like, it crashed on our end. And we did all that, got all that loot, and then lost it. So that is very unfortunate that that happened. But I mean, it was a good time. I did very well with the loot. We did a great job in the game. We won. I was gonna just dock at Tortuga, tell them good night, and do the other parts of the stream. But I just got to get right into it. I could have docked a little bit earlier. Maybe that would have helped. But yeah, so that sucks, and I probably lost the ship and have to repair it. But basically, you know, hopefully next time the servers are working correctly. Thank you, Tony. Thank you. And I really, enjoy the conversation I'm having with all of you. I really like the different topics. It's really, really nice. I learn a lot from you all. All right, so it's Eclectic, Hurricane, Trials, Movies, Chilling. Okay. I'm going to be talking about some other things too. Okay, right here. Oh, it's not even money. It's gold. It's a bunch of gold doubloons. So it's not real money. It's doubloons. It's like gold coins. It was before money was even created. Not real money, just game money. All right, going to go. Okay, so shout out to the spaceship cats. Okay. Oh, that to pay to play. That is World of Warcraft is a game where you have to pay to play. Back when I was a kid, when I was a kid, there was this you could buy at the Rite Aid, at the drugstore, you could buy these little cards to get put more upgrades in your character for Roblox or for Toontown or for Pirates of the Caribbean Online. But basically, you that would cost money, but this is just all free. But you don't have to spend money. Pirates of the Caribbean Online was Caribbean Pirates of the Caribbean Online was never, you never had to pay for it. Yeah, it's kind of like gambling. Yeah. And that's basically like what it is because it has to do with piracy when they were and they still have pirates today out in Somalia, a little bit in the Caribbean and some, parts of Asia. And yeah, you raid ships and collect their loot, the gold and silver and spices and copper and gems, and then you go and exchange it and you get more gold and more gold. But there's different quests in the game. Like I have a bunch of quests in a journal that you could do a mission for another pirate character, and you could go attack a couple of ships, or you could go into the different caves. I'll show you all more of that on the other stream. There's these caves you could go into and fight zombie pirates, and and you could fulfill a quest to get certain products from these other characters or these enemies, and then you can go and level up or get a staff or a sword or a voodoo doll in the game, something like that. So that is basically the different options and stuff you could do in the game. But in the game, I just attack the ships on the stream, and it's kind of you do that while I talk to you all. This is a game called Toontown. And basically, this game was about these Disney type characters, these like goofy cartoon characters, and they, you would go and attack these cogs, and the cogs are those business people in the game that he's like they own all these different corporations and stuff, and they try to take up Toontown. And the way you fight against them, I'm not against business people or anything. I'm into that stuff, but it's just this is what the game's about. There's these little gags and stuff you have, and you can like throw a pie at them. You could throw different stuff at them, and because they're trying to make Toontown into like a boring, like communist type dystopia, and the little critters want to be cartoons, so they go and have these gags and pie and these little water sprays and stuff, and that's what Toontown is. But Toontown has been re-released. It's been re-released, but Disney took them down, and they took down Pirates of the Caribbean Online. But these other people recreated the games and brought them back up. Oh yeah, yeah. It is very popular in our age. It's a very it's a very interesting, very cool situation when you do gaming. I don't always do it, but I think with the games, it's like you can connect with other people. You do different skills. Oh yeah, I like the gaming a lot. Yeah, so you have these different ways to attack the enemy in this game. So that is another game that Disney made. Roblox is a completely other thing. That Roblox is still online. Now Roblox looks very different from when I was coming up, but basically you got Roblox and you could build your own. It's kind of like Minecraft, and you could build your own world. I have my own world on Roblox. It's called Hansel Cat's. It's called Hansel Cat's World, and basically I built two castles. This is good. This is gonna be really long-winded for everybody, so y'all just buckle up. But so basically, with my Roblox place, I built it over a couple of years when I was like a kid until when I was a teenager and up as I went along. And I'll read what Tony says before I go right into that. And basically, Tony says, my grandson, when little, would play Angry Birds. Oh, yeah. I played Angry Birds too. Not sure what he plays these days, but we bought him games growing up. That's nice. That's nice. Tony said, well, our son knew what games he wanted. We just paid for them. LOL. Yeah. Yeah. And, my grandparents would give me the games and stuff. Also, I have a DSi, I have a Game Boy, and I have a Wii from my grandparents also. So shout out to the grandparents out there and parents. Y'all are cool people. And also, one of my friends gave me a DS. The same friend that I talked about aliens with coming up, that was what I talk about here. Yeah, he gave me the a Super Mario game, and he gave me a DS. So, and I was very generous of him. His family was always very generous to me. I grew up with him from third, fourth grade. I knew him the whole time. He's doing good. He's doing college now, but shout out to him. But yeah, so yeah, games are really cool. And also at my other friend's house, I played the PS4 and the Xbox and those type of games. The Call of Duty and GTA, I played that over there. So I played the Nintendo and the other games too. Yeah. But Tony actually said, "What the hell did I type? I meant his dad, our son." Yes, yes, yeah. I didn't know exactly. I knew what you meant, but the wording. I didn't under, quite understand. But yeah, Tony, I get it. Yeah, I get it now. It's all good. Sometimes I'll type out things and sometimes, and I meant it a different way, or I'll type something, but it doesn't. I meant it a different way. It happens to all of us. Ah, yeah. The Xbox is fun. I like the Xbox. I didn't play the Xbox much because I didn't have one for myself. I could get myself one at any time. I could have gotten myself one, but the Xbox over at my buddy's house, because my friend had the game, those type of games, so that's why I went over there to play them, and he would go, tell me about the the different zombie games. So there's a cool zombie game on Call of Duty, on Call of Duty, and basically with that game, you I might sneeze. I'm having some allergies right now. I've been having some allergies for some reason, but it's probably because of different air that's coming through. So I might sneeze sometimes. Earlier, I felt some allergies, But I just to give you all a heads up about that. But anyway, so yeah, but the Xbox, I played on the Xbox this cool game where it's a zombie game from Call of Duty, and that was really really intense because you hear these zombies out in the distance, and it's like a horror movie, that we would watch, Tony, and you would just you're inside the movie, and these zombies are in the distance, and you have to go and blast them. You have to go, blast them. So I did play the Xbox, but the Xbox actually he was going to give me the Xbox, but then like it broke or something, and we started just using the PS4, and that was the one that was used the rest of that time from when I was in my senior year into that summer into the next 2 years after that when I was chilling with him was the PS4, but the Xbox is really cool as well. I like that one as well, and it's just a good time with friends or playing by yourself. I think it's really cool, but it's not the only thing I do. But I think that it's pretty cool. Yeah, Tony, I understand. And that's fine. Take your time with everything. That's totally fine. It's understandable. You know, even me and everybody else, we all, with the typing, we call those are called typos that happens to everybody. Tony says my allergies have been bad this year, and I don't usually have allergy issues. Oh, okay. Yeah, they're hitting me today. The pollen count's been high. Okay. I'm not too sure what it is down here. There's recently been a cool front that came in, and the weather's cooler. Now, Tony, you wouldn't think it's necessarily cooler where I am because it's cooler for us down here. It's usually very hot and humid down here, but it's nice and cool. And like I could wear a long sleeved shirt or a jacket, a light jacket or something, and be all right. So it's kind of like coolish weather, but it feels nice. But but lately, because usually it's like it's extreme humidity and very very hot. Okay, but it's been cooling off, so that was pretty. I appreciate the cool front. And it's October down here where I am, it gets cooler in this month. It always gets cooler this month, and basically with October, later in the month especially, that's when the really cold fronts come in, and it'll be nice and crispy and cold. And as we get into winter, it gets colder and colder. And but basically with Roblox, I have my own place in Roblox, and at first it starts off with a house. Let's see. It looks like this, and you're given a house like that, and a car, and a couple other things, and there's a giant mountain, and you're just kind of floating on top of this Lego board, and you could build your world. And my first Roblox world, I completely messed up because I went and I had the Titanic, which if I go into that account, it's all still there, but I'll explain what happened. Roblox had this option where you could have nuclear weapons, you could have the Titanic, anything you could think of. There would be some sort of a structure that would come and appear. And I think there was this nuclear bomb or something like that, and I detonated it, but I accidentally saved the game in that state, and the whole world is like blackness with a floating Titanic thing and all these pieces of houses and stuff just floating around. It's like being in another a dimension of hell. But I recreated a new Roblox, and I created a new world, and I built a castle, and there's like this river that goes really fast in the center, and there's this other side. I built another castle. There's a tan castle and a castle made of dark stone, and it was very awkward but very cool. It's like a cave. I built it like one of them like a cave, and it's really big. There's all kinds of secret entrances and stuff, but it's not really. I could more can be added on to the castle, but basically it's it's a kind of like a medium-sized castle, and there's all kinds of different like stuff in it. But as I said, it's really tiny inside. It's very the interior is very small. There's two thrones or medieval chairs, and there's these. I know, Tony. I know, and I know, right? Yeah. So basically, what happened was and there's medieval pictures on the walls and stuff like that, and there's the bedroom in the back. And I saved what happened was you could get a school bus in the game, and I got the school bus, and I put the school bus inside the bedroom part of the castle, and I couldn't get the bus out of there, and it's like was saved in that state. So there's just a bus chilling inside the bedroom, and then you could just like get out of it and walk across the different places. And I built a government facility, and I'll explain what happened to the game over time. The materials used to create the structures. I'll see what happened with that. It's very interesting. So originally it was these red squares. So these red squares, and that was the government room. So there's like an upstairs and a downstairs. And I constructed the downstairs. There's a table, kind of like an interrogation table. There's a bunch of random Christmas trees everywhere because you could put Christmas trees in the game. There's a bunch of presents and a bunch of menorahs and a bunch of they had the Hanukkah stuff, and I just like put a bunch of random holiday stuff around, and because I like the candlebrium, it was pretty cool. And then the upstairs part. Now, for the record, this is not my world. That's just what they give you in Roblox to start out with, and that is identical to what one of the houses I have look like in the game. Duke says that one house looks like the Simpsons house. Yeah, it does. It really does. Yeah, it does. And so basically what happens is in the game I have all the materials to build were radioactive. Yeah. So this is what happens. So in the garment building, there's the secret rooms, and one of them looks kind of like an elevator. And there's also this will set. It's like say you have a room and it's just a flamethrower is in it. So if you have like there's an enemy, you could like lead them in there, and then they'll get incinerated. But it's not like it is. It's like a bunch of Lego things. It's not like like it's not that gory or anything. But yeah, so there's like the incineration area, and there's this other room that's kind of like a office and an elevator. And Tony says, guys were playing board games like Battlefield when I was a kid. Tony, I played Battlefield. I remember that. That's a fun game. Oh yeah. It's very different times. Yeah, very different times. That's board games. I played board games when I was little. I remember I played the Candy game, the Candyman. I don't think it's Candyman. I think that's something darker. But yeah, there's this Candyland, and there was Monopoly. I remember board games, and also in the Roblox game, there's the roof, and there's like a side stairs you can get down, and there's all these spikes, these like red spikes everywhere for security reasons. So when you fall on it, it just deletes the character. And then there's this other area that will be very interesting. There's a maximum security prison on there I built. So there's a maximum security prison I built, and it has all these like spiky things on the top of it, and they have the different prison cells. And there are the other areas, like there's an interrogation room, and there's 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 also an electric chair. There's a an incineration room, and like I built the whole thing like a how a prison would look. And basically, because you have these different mechanisms where you have this lever you pull, and you can unlock something, or you can unlock a door or open a door like prison cells, and also you have these other structures I built. I built a tower. I built some towers, and there's some towers that are in construction. And also, what I did was I built a town of log houses. So there's like this enclosed area with these, like this kind of like a fenced in place, and there's these like these log houses. Because I like these the camp house theme, so there's these log houses there. I also built a laboratory, like similar to Frankenstein's laboratory. And because I have all that stuff there, there's these different electrodes, like similar to Frankenstein movie. You know that electrode, the Tesla coil. There's Tesla coils in the game, and the way the electric chair would work is like there's a Tesla coil and there's a chair in front of it. There's not an actual electric chair that they have like you would think of, but it's like if there's a giant Tesla coil and a chair there, and then you pull a lever and it just starts going boom boom like a Tesla coil. But in the laboratory, yeah, it has like a operating table. It has the Tesla coils everywhere, and thank you, Tony. And it looks kind of like a spaceship. It looks kind of like the inside of a spaceship. And then you have all these rows and rows of the Tesla coils, and you can turn on. They power lamps and stuff. It's really cool. And I'll have to ask my grandson if he plays Roblox or knows of it. Yeah, yeah. A lot of my friends, played Roblox, and yeah, it's a lot of young people like to play it. And then the other castle looks much more less like a cave than the other castle. It looks much more like a castle should look like. The castle, it's tan, and it's these squares or rectangles, a very nice material. It's very similar color to the house, the Simpsons house you see on the screen. And it's the red team. And and I could be getting the colors mixed up, but there's a blue castle and a red castle. Because they have the Roblox coat of arms on a shield and with the two swords. So I have one side and another side. So basically, you go inside the castle, this door opens, and you go inside the castle, and there's the throne room, and you have two thrones, and you have the medieval pictures on the wall, and then there's a bedroom, and there's other parts of the castle that actually, I'm thinking now, I didn't add a second story, and I'll certainly add a second story to it, and, you could add all the stories you want, and build it up and up and up, but, yeah, so basically, and there's a bedroom in the back, and there's a security. So a lot of the things in the game are security mechanisms. So say there's an entrance that's locked, there's all these pads of these fire pads, so they'll incinerate a character. So if they pull the long lever, the character will incinerate or be a little bit damaged. So that is to prevent unwanted, intruders coming in. And basically and you have that, and that's in front of the bedroom door. And then there's all these C4s. So you could have this. Now, there's nuclear bombs, but there's this other part of the game where you have these C4s. So in both castles, it's like a game. And this wasn't saved in that state, so you could just keep on doing this over and over again. It will be alright. But there's these, two sides having a war with each other, and the other one has to see if they could get the other castle detonated. So basically, there's a lever you could pull on both castles that will cause an explosion. And basically, in one side, going to the other side, then you restart the game, and everything resets back to default settings. And in the prison, there's also a self-destruction mechanism where you could blow up the entire door and blow the whole thing open. The whole wall could come down, and everybody could go and get out if they wanted to. And I said the security of that prison is insane. There's tons of these fire pads, these incineration pads. You pull the wrong thing, it'll blow up the door, which actually would release people technically. Or you'll incinerate yourself or open it up. And then the game will have this lever. So you pull this thing, and you connect the electrode to the another electrical outlet. So and I remember when I was building this game, I spent a lot of time on it. I spent a lot of time on it. Yeah. And it was a lot of fun. And as I said, Hansel Cat's Place, it's still there. It's still there. Exactly. It's fantasy like cartoons, but only interactive. Yeah, it's in the game looks like a cartoon or an animation or a 3D animation. It's not. It's just like being in a cartoon that you could like build. Also in the game, you have tons of jeeps, thousands of vehicles, and also police cars. I and these military jeeps, and also there's this highway that was already built in the game, so you could get to one part across the river to the other side, and in the jeep you could just go and drive on the road, and then you'll reach a checkpoint, and there's a checkpoint window that they built already in the game, and it has the levers you have to park on. You have to park on the fire pad. So if you're not supposed to be there, you're trying to get through, you're gonna get incinerated. And also the reason why that's there, it's like a border. Like you could turn all the fire things on, and they will completely no one could get through. And also there's a control room, and it's usually supposed to be a diplomatic area between the two sides, but one side could take over the other side and cause a problem. And then there's these other areas of the game where the inside the mountain already built with the game, there's this cool car with a bunch of some of the cars have is a complete they look like marbles, the wheels. And they completely go 360 and they just go in any direction. And some of them go really really fast. And then what I did was I built a school. I built a cinder block a bricked school. There's no furniture in it. I never put furniture in it, but there's a school in there. There's an upper floor and a bottom floor, and there's windows. And also in construction, there's two towers in construction that, as I said, I never like completed, but I'll complete it at some point. And basically, there's the very very big towers in construction, and these skyscrapers. And yet, that is basically what I have in my Roblox world. And also, basically, I there's another part of the game where there's a tunnel, and you're underground, and then you could go through this tunnel and go through the mountain. It's very cool. And then you could go rest to the village, where you have this, gated community with these log cabins. But I've not built a regular house. I do it. No, I stand corrected. Actually, I did build a regular house. I did. I lied. So I built a pretty decent 2-story house. That's kind of, I would say, designed pretty well. So there's the bottom floor, who has a TV in it, and it's very spacious. And then you go upstairs, and there's a narrow hallway, and there's a bedroom. And as I said, over time, they're they're let's see. They're so basically Tony says, do people make money coming up with these games, or do they all work for companies? Roblox is a game, but like people can make their own world, but you can make money with Roblox. Yes. because it's basically a developing game, and at least young people, kids or teens or people, anybody, they can learn how to build games and construct stuff, and they could also use those skills to create other games. But yes, you can make money with Roblox. That's true. I don't really recall it when I was a kid, but now, yes, in the modern time, you can make money from it. Yeah. And also, there's like a little pizza place I made. I made a small little pizza place. All it is a bunch of ovens, and there's like a flat, there's like a table. You enter this door, and there's like this table. There's like a giant, where you would put a pizza, and you could slide in the pizzas. Yes, absolutely, it is amazing. Yes, absolutely. And basically, and I created these two different prisons. Well, it's not a prison, but there's like a tiny little jail on the other side where the red castle, where the tan castle is, and but some of it kind of is a little bit distorted. And there's an incineration room. There's a couple of different things in there, but as I said, it's a pretty cool game in the different parts. So in the pizza room, it has a. Of course, it's not like a restaurant or anything. It's a very tiny little brick building, and but you got imaginary person could put a pizza on it, and there's like the chimneys on it. It's pretty cool, and also the different beds and stuff are in there. Oh yeah, yeah, it's very sci-fi. I agree. I agree. Oh, I'm not done yet, Tony. I'll put the cherry on top. There is also a UFO. Yeah, there you could get into a flying saucer. I have a couple of UFOs. They're now Tony. They're now called UAPs. They're there's UFOs in the game, so you could get into a UFO and start flying around. So that's how I get around long distance in the game. I don't usually drive. I'll take one of the UFOs and it floats up in the air, and I'll start flying around, and I'll get to the different places I want to and just drop and just jump out, and the thing lands, and I just kind of hop up and down and land on the platform. And yeah, so that's really nice. It helps you get around. So yeah, there's a lot of sci-fi stuff in the game. Now, the thing about the red squares I was talking about, they're now. Yeah, it's very fun. It's very fun. Now, what they do in the game is that, you know, the red squared place that looked neon looking, it's now looks like a cave. It's like a material of a mountain. So the complete fabric has changed. After they made some updates or changed the game a little bit, they made it into a it's a different type of fabric. It's a different type of material. It looks now like the Red Canyon. That's what it looks like now. The Grand Canyon. That's what it looks like now. And the castle, the gray castle looks a lot like a giant cave. And there's parts that you can see, like the sky, because parts of it isn't. It's kind of opened, and basically they can be closed up. And there's also an upstairs area. They could just kind of see everything. Is like there's no roof to it, But there's a roof in that castle, but it's very tiny and crammed and small. But the other castle, the one I built more recently, the tan one, it looks like Egypt. It looks like a lot like Egypt, something from there. And they have the two thrones in there. And it's a much, much bigger space inside. And there's one bedroom in the back. But as I said, there's school, the computer needed to be updated, and it needed to be replaced actually at some point. But basically, with the Roblox, I would hypothetically go and I could build another story and build another top part to that castle. They do. Absolutely, Tony, they do. I get lost in my own world and when I was doing those games, when I was constructing that stuff. And I would just make up these games and I would just pretend I'm these different things and these different things are going on. Oh yeah. And seeing these different things from different sides. And back when I was a kid, my friend down the street, he was the one that told me about Roblox, and we would go to each other's places and hang out. So it was intended as a multiplayer game. That's what it was intended to be. But I'm just the one that plays in it because I'm the only one that still keeps up with Roblox. And cause a lot of my friends, they don't play it anymore. But yeah, so basically, I would go and drive around a lot. That was fun. Also, my friends' places were pretty fun too. And I think that it's good for the imagination to run wild and to do these kind of things. It's absolutely, great to do. Let's see. Looking up something, that's why I paused. Let's see. Yeah, and with Roblox, it's an app. Like you have to, download it and you could play it. All right, this is another view of that house I was talking about. Right there. Yeah, that's basically another view of it. Yes, I agree, Tony. That is a great job. I do agree. Yeah, that's a good idea. Shout out to you. And on a stream in the future, I will certainly show my place in Roblox, and we could go explore it and do different things there. And I'll show you all everything there. Yeah, this is the Jeep in Roblox. Yeah, and also let's see what the UFO looks like. They don't look like that. They look more like this. That's what the UFO looks like. Also in Roblox, you can play. Yes, it is a big industry, absolutely. In Roblox, there's an area where you could look up games. You can play like you could be a person in an airplane, and you could be a person like you fly an airplane. You could go on the tight. One of the things I liked in the game was the blimps. So they had these zeppelins, and you could go and fight in the zeppelins. Those giant air blimp things. You could go, and I was very good at that game. It was very similar to the pirate game. Well, actually, it's not a one seater. The other users can hop on the outside part of it. There's a spot where they could sit on it, so they could sit on the outside of it and fly with you. So something else they do in the game was you could be on the sinking Titanic. So there's users that created a Titanic game where you could sink on the Titanic or try to survive the Titanic, and it was so cool to watch it and be in it, in the animation about it. And you could be the blimps. Like I was good at hijacking the blimps. What I would do with the enemy blimp is that I would take over the other team's blimp and crash it into something and cause them to lose the game. It was very much like Pirates of the Caribbean, but with blimps, zeppelins, the zeppelin. Yeah, yeah, you saw that. Yeah, the Hindenburg. See, this thing wants to cooperate. Yeah, Led Zeppelin. That's a good band. I like Stairway to Heaven. Very good music. Yeah, yeah. They thought it would be a new way of traveling, but it didn't really seem to be that popular or work out. Right. Yeah, I remember from the Zeppelins. There was a lot of people. I was reading Tony about some UFO encounters, and there were some instances where people allegedly saw some of these Zeppelins from the 1800s that were flying, and people didn't know what they were. But there is, of course, UFO sightings of alien visitors. There were UFO sightings, but also there were some Zeppelins that were from the 1800s that were being flown, or airships from that time period, and that was really cool. 1800s airships. Oh, you only yeah, okay. LOL. She says I've only ever been up in a four seater. LOL. Yeah. So it required a large crew, expensive maintenance, and frequent refueling, all of which added up to considerable expenses. In addition, airships were limited by their size and speed. Although they were capable of carrying large amounts of cargo or passengers, they were not as efficient as speedy as airplanes. The main reason you never see airships in the sky anymore is because the huge costs it takes to build and run them. They're very expensive and to build and very expensive to fly. Airships require a large amount of helium, which can cost up to 100,000 for one trip, according to Wenchenko. Never a jet. Okay. Yeah, like big helium balloons. Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen blimps. And with these blimps, I used to see them in the sky, but you don't really see them that much anymore. Yeah, that was the Hindenburg. The famous Goodyear blimp. But as stated above, the main reason we never see airships in the sky anymore is because the massive costs it takes to build and operate them. Airships are very expensive to build and pricey to fly. They require a large portion of helium, which costs up 100,000. Yeah, so shout out to the blimps and the Zeppelins. Tony says when people say they see a craft that do things we can't, it makes you wonder. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And also, like, on my channel, I put a video. I'm talking about a little bit of a reference to the UFOs. Basically, I remember where I was. Let's see. Okay, so with the UFO incident I'm talking about, there is this UFO that I saw that was blue, and it was a blue sphere. And what happened was it started to come up. It came up from the horizon upwards, and it was at night in the evening. And I was watching one of the live streams, and it was looking at me, and it just went up in the air and zigzagged and went back down. And this thing was like levitating, and eventually it disappeared. And yeah, that was my experience of seeing it. And Tony says, "Time for my cup of sleepy time tea." All right. Tony says, "I've never seen a UFO, just videos of them." Yeah, and also, yeah, and I saw it was a couple years ago. And I had the video up of the UFO, and It's like a lot of people, some people don't take a video of it, but I took a video of this. It was really something else. And what I remember, I've seen a lot of the UFO videos where they'll be in the sky and they'll twinkle. They're kind of like stars, and some of them are kind of like orbs. They're like stars. There were angels from the Bible that looked like that. There were these like wheels within wheels. Very interesting. Kind of like a UFO. And also, there's videos of these UFO encounters that I've seen. And also the Navy. The Navy and the Army have taken videos of these UFOs. And also, like, one will just be there and it'll go way up in the sky. Also, there are UFOs that have happened where people go all over the place, from the military, all walks of life will see these UFOs. There's people that I know of that have told me that they've seen UFOs and the military has seen them before. Yeah, Tony, I thought it could have been a drone, but I really don't know what it was. Because a reason why I thought it wasn't a drone, because it was all blue and spherical, and it was just going up and down, but it may have been a drone. That's what I thought at the time, but then I was thinking it could be, it could have been a UFO because it is usually a drone. From what I looked at, will have blinking lights on it. This thing was just a blue circular, like it looked like a star. But look, it could have still been a drone though. Yeah, but it was going way up, and it was zigzagging, and it was just hovering, and then it vanished. But as I said, it could have still been a drone, but it's, to me, it's a UFO and an unidentified flying object. Like I didn't know what it was. I'm like, this is some sort of a. I thought it could have been a UFO or a drone. I wasn't sure, but it just, then I was looking at drones at night, and they just don't really look like that. But it could have been a drone though. So as I said, either then you see square objects too. So the UFO I saw was either a drone or a UFO, or like an orb. Yeah. And but other people I've talked to on YouTube, that they've seen orbs before and UFOs. Stranded said she's seen them before. She saw one time. A hurricane update: at least 14 people have been deleted, 14 deaths, and over 3 million without power. Some hurricane updates. Yeah, and the Tampa Bay ballpark was meant to be hurricane relief hub, but it got torn open. Ah, okay, okay, Tony. All right. My friend that I talked about aliens with, my friend from school, he said that he saw some paranormal stuff. He saw, like, there was a ghost that threw something across the room, and there's no way that could have happened. And like in another time, there was a thing where he had like a shirt on the bed, and it just like flew against the wall. by itself. Another time in the bathroom, in the shower, he said there was this toilet paper that just slammed against the wall by itself. There's something paranormal. There's paranormal activities that happen. Oh yeah, absolutely. The southern states are getting hit left and right. Yeah, and with the ballpark stadium, that reminds me of the hurricane with the Superdome because it tore the roof off of the Superdome, but thankfully it's not that similar situation where people were like trapped in there. But yeah, the southern states for sure are getting hit hard. Yeah. Hurricane Milton was not as destructive as expected, FEMA officials say. And also the thing about this situation is that FEMA doesn't look at the weather, because we were saying on YouTube that, and with meteorologists on YouTube also, we were saying that I'm not a meteorologist, but I watch meteorologists on YouTube, and I'm just a YouTuber talking. We've all been saying that the hurricane was going to weaken when it enters the shore. When it enters Florida, it'll weaken, and FEMA's saying that the hurricane is not as strong, is not as destructive as expected. But if they would have looked at the weather said that it was going to weaken when it went to Florida. It would weaken. Yeah, and I was a kid during Katrina. I was 7, and what happened was when I was 7, we evacuated and went to Florida. We went to Pensacola, Florida, where my relatives are, and then we went to Mississippi a little bit afterwards in a camping ground. It was really nice. And yeah, it flooded here 3 feet or so. And also down the street, it flooded too, as well. Down the street, it flooded a little bit. I mean, it flooded quite a bit down the street up there, up the street. It was like the coastline or the shoreline up there. But as you go up a little bit further, it didn't flood at all. But as you go down that way, it was deeper and deeper. Shout out to the spaceship cats. One of my favorite Halloween movies. Yes, Tony, absolutely, it has drawbacks, absolutely. But I will say a good thing about Hurricane Katrina that happened was, I originally, because down the street at one of my grandparents' places that we were at, down the street, I wanted a bigger backyard and I prayed about it. And after the hurricane happened, I moved next door to my grandparents, and I got a much bigger backyard. And I even was next to 2 neighbors that had yards too, so I had a much bigger area to be around in. And that's where I am right now. And I got the garden and do all kinds of stuff here. But if I was down the street, I wouldn't have such a big area. So I'm thankful the hurricane happened because many good things came out of it. And I think hard times create strong people. And also it brought family closer. And I got to go on a trip to Mississippi and Florida. But yeah, it was very traumatic for me to see that and to lose the different stuff that I lost. I lost a lot of toys. I lost a lot of the different things. My family lost some stuff, but not everything. Not everything was lost, but a lot of stuff was lost. And I remember when I was a kid where I had castles, but they were not the Roblox castles, they were toy castles. And I had a tan castle, I had a gray castle, and it was very nice and medieval looking. The toys back in the although I was born 98, but a lot of the toys in the early 2000s were very similar to the 90s, and the toys back then were very intricate and very well made and put together. Not saying there's good toys now, but it was very intricate because there was all kinds of carvings inside of the castle. They had like sword carvings and different decorations in it, and it was very well done. And it had a giant lion on the top of it that would make noise when you press a button. And I realize that now it's very similar to the castles that I built in the game. I just realized that. And so, also I had a model of McDonald's and I had quite a bit of other things. But basically, what happened was, it was an unfortunate situation. So there's good and bad about it. There's bad things happened, but there's also good things about it too. Yeah, and one of the times, Tony said both kids were adults by then. Yeah, yeah, right on. And also, I had a toy box with stuff in it, and I remember I watched a lot of the early 2000s and 90s cartoons in there. I was in there for a couple of years, and I loved the campground in Mississippi. It was it was like you have a campfire and there's like woods. You get to go fishing, nice fresh air. I really like the country. It's nice. Fishing and stuff like that. And basically, yeah, I was just a little kid back then, a little baby, and I was 7, and as I said, some good things came out of it, and also bad things happened too. And there was a piece of the street that was on the sidewalk, and I remember I saw a boat that was on the sidewalk. I'm like, this is some crazy stuff. And I looked down the street further, and there was a house that was in the street. And I'm like, did this really was not what I thought it was? Although I knew it was bad, but in my mind, in my kid mind, I thought it would look more like a beach, but it just looked like a bunch of mud. That's what it looked like. A bunch of dried up mud. So I really do strongly feel for the people that go through these hurricanes, because I can know how bad it could be. All natural disasters, earthquakes, tornadoes, even if it's not exactly what I went through, I can understand what something like that is like. And I remember my grandpa and we would go on the Pearl River and we would try to fish, but we would only catch nothing. And because those fish were very smart and they're able to take the bait off and go and swim off like a trough. And exactly, facts. And also there is a cave. I made some friends there, some older kids. They're a little bit older than I was. And this girl and her little brother, I remember we climbed up this cliff and we went into the cave. It was a little indention. It was like where you could kind of chill and hang out at. And also, we used to play in the playground, or we used to go and like walk in the woods. At some point, it got kind of cold up there, and I was wearing the jacket, and I used to collect little acorns and things. And yeah, I remember it. It was very sad when we all departed from each other, but it wasn't like now. Now there's social media. Now there's phone numbers. It was only a year after Facebook was created. It was created in 2004, so this was 2005. Like, there wasn't, and people didn't have phones like they do now. They had cell phones, but it wasn't like, kids communicating and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, it was just a different time period, but now, you could just go and be friends on social media or have these cell phones and stuff. So as I said, in spite of the darkness, things are the way things are now. I think that it's a good thing that we have the technology we have today because we could stay closer together easier. I know there's cons to it, and there's in our modern age is really crazy compared to times of the past. Like Tony, back in your day, things were different than they are now. But as I said, I do appreciate the technical advancements. That's something good about it. But yeah, so Tony said that all the stuff is terrible, but you learn something from it. Yeah, and that was something good to learn from, and also there's when anytime someone learns from a mistake, you can learn something. So it's always good to see what you can learn out of an experience. Tony says we had a phone, but without the internet back then. It was just for making calls. Absolutely. Yeah, I remember I watch old TV shows coming up. I was banned from watching some of the cartoons and stuff like adult cartoons when I was a kid, but I watched old movies and old TV shows and I got to see what it was like at that time period. And yeah, y'all had the phones and just for calling each other. And when I was a kid coming up, phones were just used for calling. But now you could have a camera on it. You could take a video with it. You could text people. It's even kind of boggles my mind a little bit that you could do all that with a little phone. But yeah. But back then, yeah, phones were just made for calling. It was just there for calling. Yeah, and also I think that the vintage phones are very cool. Oh yeah, yeah, Tony. There is a stream that we did, and Stranded called in on the show because it's also a call-in show. And she and the others in the chat were educating me about what a pager is. And yeah, so I know I learned all about pagers because at church, it was a Catholic church. It was basically they were telling us to turn off pagers and sound making devices, and I thought a pager was similar to like a texting machine, but then they were telling Stranded told me when she called in on the show, and the other people in the chat were telling me that it's like a beeping device that tells you, gives you like a little number that you have to go and call this person and find a phone. So that's something new that I learned a few weeks ago. I learned about pagers, but I was not in the era of pagers. No. Now in the early 2000s were they using pagers maybe? I just don't really recall a pager being used. Uh, you know, but there are just cell phones when I was a kid coming up. But yeah, pagers, that really got me. A beeper. Yeah. Yeah. And Stranded said, you have a pager on your body, like on your belt or on your pants or wherever, and then you be getting the little beeping noise, and somebody would be calling you, and then you have a number, and it goes, and you have to find a phone to go call the person. Tony said she never had one. Okay. Yeah. But I love the retro phones are really cool. Oh, you only recently got a cell phone. When I was in high school, which this was back when I was in high school, was 2015, 13, 14, 16, 7. No, not 17. Well, yeah, I graduated in 2017. But so back in the teens, in the 2013 and 2017, yeah, well, I had a iPod and a flip phone. I didn't have a iPhone until a little bit later. That's because I like the iPhone. It was good for me, suited for me. But the shout out to Android though. Android's a good phone, and those are. I have an Android tablet. I love Android. I like both Apple and Android. But basically, yeah, the I had a flip phone, and I liked it. The clamshell phone, and it had an iPod. So Shecky has a landline, and Tony still has a landline. That's really cool. Shout out to the landlines. Yeah, back in the mid 2000s and stuff, for quite a while, my family has they had the landlines. They had those. I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. Yeah, shout out to the landline. I remember I always used the landline when I was a kid, you know, in the house upstairs. Yeah, that does look cool. Yeah, that looks like something from Mission Impossible, the TV show. I like that. Yeah, I know about these kind of phones when you have the dial. I used that one time when I was a kid, I think. And also, I had a toy phone like that where you have to use that thing to dial a number. I did that very, very little. Very little. But also, I still have the toy. There's a toy also that does that. Oh, Tony, that's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, shout out to you. That's really cool. Shecky said, I only have a flip phone for travel only. I really do not carry a phone. All right. All right. And Tony said, I have a phone from the 40s refurbished to use on a landline. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. And Shecky said, I have had a few. I sell vintage stuff. Oh, that's really cool. That's really cool. And this is stuff from the 60s, what's on the screen. Rotary gave way to button phones. Rotary. Rotary. We have one of those phones around here. Yeah, I have some vintage phones, a long time ago. Yeah, this is one. They still sell. So they sell on Amazon. It looks like they sell these kind of phones, but like a new version. So that's like a modern version of those kind of phones. Yeah, yeah, it looked futuristic back then. Yeah, a lot of stuff back then looked like futuristic. I remember, like, say, Back to the Future movie. You that was futuristic to them, but in this time period, that looks like it was in the past. So it's very interesting to see like which time period thought was futuristic, but they were just really in that moment and living that moment. And this is a vintage type phone from Amazon. Like so, basically, there's like new versions of those type of phones, of those vintage phones. They make phones like that. Yeah, that's really cool. I like a phone like that. That's so like looks like it'll be in one of those horror movies. Right. It's an exact. It's what it is. It's a replica. It's a replica of those old phones. Yeah, it's not a phone directly from that time period, but it's a replica of it. Yeah, it's still cool. Oh, yeah, that's really cool. That's really cool, Tony. Copper vintage style rotary phone, old fashioned. Yeah, yeah, those are so elegant looking. Like I appreciate these type of phones because now everything's all like digital, and I appreciate them very much. And but there's modern phones like this, but with buttons. And so there's phones like that with buttons. There's different types of phones that with buttons in it, like evolved over time to what we have today. And Tony says they're like pieces of art. Absolutely, I admire the artistic intuition that was put into these phones. That's why I love the old shows and the old movies. It's so elegant back then, so elegant. And the construction of the phone, just like the older computers, the computer towers and stuff like the floppy disks. I also with compute. Speaking of computers, I admired the older computers too. Yeah, the push button when it was new. Yeah, 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 absolutely. I thought DVDs were cool when they were coming out, but now everything's all digital. And Shaki says rotary is spinning middle wheel. Push button came next. Right, exactly. So, but you have phones that look just like the rotary phones, but with buttons on them. You learn basic on Atari 400. That is awesome. Yeah, that is a cool system. That was a really, although I was not there to see it, I thought that that was a really, cool gaming system. Oh, that's good, Tony. You no longer have the records. Oh, okay. Yeah, records still have records or 8 tracks. Yeah, with records, I remember in music class they played the records in the record player. And yeah, that was something that I didn't really see until like music class, and they showed us what the records were. But records were kind of out of style then. Now they're coming back in style, but no, we have records. I remember when I was a kid, I would look at the records, and they were so cool looking and intricate. Yeah, high quality video games. Yeah, we were one stream a long time ago, like last year. We talked about the Atari. Shecky says he has about 600 to 700 records. Yeah, yeah, Tony, I didn't even know what that was. Someone on Bina mentioned about that, and I didn't even know what that word meant. So that was before my time, of course. But I learned about it later. Yeah, I didn't even know what that word was. remember I always thought they were so cool. When I saw records for the first time and they're big, nice, and it's like they're like big CDs. Ah, okay, Shecky, understood. Yeah, everything's in the cloud now. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, everything's in the cloud. My nana from England, my nana, which is she's in England. My dad's side's from there. My nana worked at the recording studio that the Beatles were at, and she met the Beatles. So she was there when those famous Beatles albums were coming out back then. So yeah, shout out to her. That was really cool to find out about. Yeah, the artwork is really nice. Yes. Absolutely, absolutely. That's when 8 tracks came out. Yeah, yeah. And that was, as I said, because when I was a kid, VHS tapes were used. I watched the Disney movies on them and all the different stuff and Willy Wonka and stuff like that. And basically, I enjoyed the Willy Wonka movies. I enjoyed the Willy Wonka movie on the VHS tape. Remember with the VHS tapes, you would have to rewind. And also, when I was in school, we would watch the VHS tapes too. Yeah, very cool machines. I mean, very cool. I always admired looking at it because you could see it and the construction of it and all. But when something's digital, it's all in the cloud. We had radios, of course, but not music you could choose. Right. Like the iPod Shuffle and stuff like that. Be kind, rewind. Facts, facts. They charge you 50 cents extra if you didn't rewind. LOL. Yeah. Oh yeah, back in the times of the past, you could go to movies for cheaper back then. Like things costed like a couple of cents, but we have something called inflation, and everything's more expensive now. I remember I when I was a kid, I liked listening to Elvis. I enjoyed listening to his songs and Johnny Cash and stuff like that. I liked the vintage stuff. His best is Misfits first pressing. All right. Yeah, and there's Pink Floyd. I remember when my aunt and uncle were in Kentucky. That's when I first listened to Pink Floyd. Shecky said we had a theater called the One Movie Theater in the 1980s. Well, that's nice. Yeah. What a dream. Well, 25 cents for movies in my day. 25 cents. I remember, now it's like $25 or more. The dollar lost 99% of its value, unfortunately. But yeah, shout out to y'all. That's really cool. That's hard for me to. Although I know about the prices back then, it's hard for me to comprehend that. But I understand. You know, that was really cool that it was like that back then. Wow, that's really cool, Tony. And you got Saturday two films. Yeah, that's really cool. That's really cool. And yeah, so basically we have, let's see, the drive-in theaters. They're bringing drive-in movie theaters back, but yeah, drive-in movie theaters. Yeah, that's so cool. You know, I remember there is this kind of like Halloween scary music video. Everybody talks too much. That was one of the lyrics of it. Everybody talks, and it was all about them at a drive-in movie theater. That was really cool. Also, in the Grease movie, they have, which I have the Grease. I have a Grease jacket from like a replica of it from that movie, and I wore it all the time, like on the free dress days at school. And I was the real sharp with that on. You know, I looked like the characters from the Grease movie, and yeah, I really, you know, the drive-in movie theaters reminds me of the Grease movie also. Yeah, I'll have the leather jacket, and I do my hair like they had it in that movie. Yeah, very cool. Hola Latina, glad you're able to join us. But it's good they bring these things back because that's very cool that they have these drive-in movie theaters. Ah, yeah, awesome. Tony says I even got in the trunk one time to sneak in. That sounds fun. Ah, I like that. Dropping bars. Stranded at the drive-in, branded a fool. What will the kids say Monday at school? Facts. Bars. Monday at school, and they will say the drive-in movie theater was cool. The other thing wasn't cool. Time to jump into the pool. Facts. Latina said, drive-in theaters. I lived around the corner from one, and my parents would never take the family to go watch. They said it was a waste of money and brain power. Oh, wow. Tony said, I'd have been on the roof watching. Yeah, no sound, but hey. Those old cars look so cool. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. 8 Northeast Ohio movie theaters for summer fun. Yeah, that's a scene from the Grease movie. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. Tony said we could. What was that? Okay, Tony said we can pile 6 to 8 kids in a car with 2 in the trunk. Yeah, and that's like a modern. That's like a modern one. That's the projector, and those are the cars parked there. That's another scene of a modern one, and that's one an old fashioned one. That's an older couple watching a modern one. Oh, they always had swing sets. I didn't know that, but that makes sense. I'm glad that they had swing sets for y'all back then. I'm sure it was a 10 out of 10. Going around the bend to a drive-in movie theater. Facts. Tony said the kids would be in their PJs. It was a big deal. Oh yeah, absolutely. It sounds like the finale of the time, like to go and do that. The finale of the day to go and see one of those drive-in movies. That's really cool that he takes your grandson to the movies. They're big Star Wars fans. Well, that's facts. I love Star Wars. We talk about Star Wars here sometimes. That's a good movie. That movie series. Good movie series. June 6, 1933. Though there were drive-ins as early as the 1910s, the first patented drive-in was opened in June 6, 1933 by Richard Hollingshead in New Jersey. He created it as a solution for people unable to comfortably fit into smaller movie theater seats after creating a mini drive-in for his mother. That's pretty cool. Oh, and Tony said you plus you could talk all you wanted, and no one said shush like in the theater. Ah, okay. Yeah, so y'all could just be just be chilling. That's pretty cool. And smoke and drink. It was fun and seems like such a long time ago because it was. Yeah, so it sounds like y'all could do some. It was more free. It was more like watching a movie at your like at a house or with a group of people than it was being at a movie theater. Yeah, so the decline in the 70s and 90s, several factors contributed to the decline of the drive-in movie industry. Beginning in the late 1960s, drive-in attendance began to decline as the result of improvements and changes to the home entertainment. From color television and cable to TV to VCRs and video rentals in the early 1980s. Tony says we did a little more than smoke and drink as teens. It was makeout spot. Yeah, I bet. I bet. Yeah, I'm sure that, you know, absolutely spicy things would happen. It sounds very fun. Have to hit the chair. My neck is getting stiff. Oh, okay. Okay, Tony, I'm glad that you had fun. I really appreciate having you here and saying your insight on things. All right. Thank you. Good night. All right. All right. All right. The movement peaked in the late 50s when there were 4,600 different drive in locations and suffered a precipitous decline starting in the 1980s. Today, there are just 336 left in America, all of which are cataloged in the very busy map below in that website. All right. Yeah. Peace out, Tony. Peace out. Rulia says, "Good night, Tony. I'm going to bed. It's after 1 a.m. here. Good night, Alien and everyone." Okay, Rulia. I'm glad that you were with us while you constructed your little Halloween house. And, y'all have a good sleep. There really won't be much longer in the stream anyway, really. But there will be more of the stream for Latina and them. But it won't be significantly longer. But yeah, so y'all get some rest. Y'all get some sleep. Thank y'all for coming to the late night special. Latina said, "Alien, what time did you start your live stream? I started at 11:15 p.m. Central. And basically what this is, which I've said this before, basically it this is for the late night people that like late night streams. And Latina, you were at the first ones I did. And since you and others came, although I do it without anybody here, since there's an audience that comes here, I continue to do them. There always will be an audience. Every time I went live, there's always an audience. Somebody comes in, and I really like that. All right, I'm typing stuff in chat, but I'm just gonna talk like talking to a person in the room with me. Latina says, "Alien, what time do you start your live streams?" All right, so on Thursday and Friday, I start them at 11:15 p.m. Central, and also on Saturday, I don't exactly have an exact time those start, but I'm usually doing them around 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, around that time Central. But the on Saturdays, I haven't done this yet, but there will be a stream. There will be streams on Tuesday at some point, or it's Monday or something. I'm not saying next week. I'm not guaranteeing what that is. On a Monday or a Tuesday in the future, I'll do them around 7. But that, ignore the Tuesday and Monday one. That hasn't even been planned yet. The current streams, Thursday and Friday, are 11:15 p.m. Central. And also the one on Saturday seems to start around 5 or 6 in the evening. But that isn't even really set in stone, but it's like 5 or 6 in the evening. And it lasts for about an hour. And also, I haven't done the phone lives in a very long time. Those were just random at night. But I haven't done them in a couple of months. I like the pose I'm making. It's just, I have my, I'm just like, I'm just chilling. Alrighty. Alright. And also, let's see. I want to review and talk about some. I want to talk about this old movie, and also, what I do is sometime like tomorrow we'll talk about some topics that are similar to what we talked about tonight. For some people that weren't able to make it to this one, sometimes some of the topics repeat a little bit. Like the stream tomorrow, I talk about new things tomorrow, along with some things we talked about tonight. That makes sense. All right. House on Haunted Hill. This is a movie, one of my favorite Halloween movies. House on Haunted Hill is a 1959 American horror film production, produced and directed by William Castle, written by Rob White, and starring Vincent Price, Carol Ohmart, Richard Long Allen, Marshall, Caroline Craig, and Elisha Cook Jr. Price plays an eccentric millionaire, Frederick Lauren, who, along with his wife Annabelle, has not invented five people, but has invited five people in the house for a haunted house party. Whoever stays in the house for one night will earn 10 grand. And adjusted for inflation, that's a lot of money in our time. As the night progresses, the guests are trapped within the house with an assortment of terrors. This film is perhaps the best known for its promotional gimmick, Emargo. The film uses many props used in the carnival haunted houses to generate fear and terror in the films in the public domain. I did not know that. The film uses many props used in carnival haunted houses to generate fear and terror in the public films is in the public domain. Okay, the film. Okay, I'll read that again because I didn't read it right. The film uses many props used in carnival haunted houses to generate fear and terror. The film is in public domain. Oh, the public domain consists of all the creative work which no exclusive intellectual property rights apply. Those rights may have expired, been fortified, or expressly waived, or may be inapplicable, because no one holds the exclusive rights. Anyone can legally use or reference the content. Oh, so if this movie was played on YouTube, it shouldn't have any copyright issues. That's good to know. Like if you reacted to a scene of this movie or something, there shouldn't be any copyright problems. Don't take that as gospel. This is my opinion, but from what I read about this, the film is in public domain, so it's not copyrighted by anybody. It's in the public domain, so that's really cool to know. Plot: Frederick Lauren, an eccentric millionaire, invites five people to a party he is throwing for his fourth wife, Annabelle, in an allegedly haunted house he has rented. He promises to give each guest 10 grand with the stipulation that they stay the entire night in the house after the doors are locked at midnight. All the windows are barred and there are no phones or radios to use. The guests are test pilot Lance Sure Order newspaper columnist Roth Bridges' psychiatrist Dr. David Trent, who specializes in hysteria, Nora Manning, who works for one of Lauren's companies and House's owner, Watson Purchard, all are strangers to both the Laurens and each other, their only commonality being their lust for money. Latina says a lot of dumb rich people and they're half with the children that are millionaires are the ones making most movies, and now I see how they all suck. Half-witted children. Talk text sucks, y'all know that already, though. Yeah, yeah, I understand what you mean, Latina. The Laurens have tense relationship. Frederick is convinced that Annabelle tried to poison him to acquire his wealth, which Annabelle somewhat evasively denies, attributing his suspicions to paranoia and jealousy. Watson believes the house is generally haunted by the ghosts of those deleted there, including his own brother. He claims to have spent one night there before and was almost deleted when found the next morning. He gives a tour of the house, including a vat of acid in the basement, which a previous resident used to delete his wife. When Lance and Nora remain behind further explore the basement, Lance is locked in an empty room and struck on the head while a menacing ghost confronts Nora. This movie was epic. I remember in 2013 I was watching this. It was around Halloween and winter. I was actually really sick with some like cold or something like that, or having an allergy problem. I don't really know what it was, but I remember I watched this and I was like, "Wow," you know, because there is this ghost thing, and it was so well done, and it just smoothly just glided across the room, and it just was really well done with the horror stuff they did. And Annabelle's privately warns Lance that her husband is scheming something and that she suspects him of deleting his second and third wives after his first wife disappeared. The guests learn the party rules downstairs and each are given a cult model 1903 pocket hammer for protection. Latina said, sounds like what the type of things really rich people do. And yeah, because they were saying that what a great idea. Giving a bunch of people in a house, in a haunted house like this, with tensions very high, a bunch of pew pews. Having encountered further apparitions, Nora decides against staying the night, but the caretakers lock the doors 5 minutes early, taking that option out of the guests' hands. Yeah, sounds like Henry VIII. Hearing a scream, Lance and David find Annabelle's corpse suspended to suggest she hanged herself. Self deletion. But the absence of Perch immediately arouses suspicions of murder. Nora confronts Lance and tells him an unseen assailant strangled her and left her for dead. In light of Annabelle's warnings, they both suspect Frederick. He tells her to remain out of sight so that her attacker will still think she is deleted. Lance and David propose that everyone stay in their rooms and shoot anyone who enters to survive the night. Thus, the innocents will have no reason to leave their rooms and a good reason to stay inside of them, and the killer must stay put or admit guilt. Nora is chased from her room into the basement by Annabelle's ghost. Aroused by the ghostly sounds, David concludes that the killer is about and proposes he and Frederick split up to search the house. Lance uncovers a secret room at the end of the second floor hall, but the door shuts behind him once he enters, trapping him. David instead meets with Annabelle, who had faked her deletion using hanging harnesses and a sedative. Secretly lovers, the two of them have orchestrated the various mishaps to manipulate Nora into deleting Frederick's. Nora, seeing Frederick enter the basement with a pew pew in his hand, does indeed shoot him. After she flees, David and slips in to dispose of Frederick's body in the vat of acid, and the lights go out. Annabelle walks to the basement to confirm her husband is deleted. A skeleton rises from the acid, accusing her in Frederick's voice, and shoves her into the vat. Frederick emerges from the shadows holding the puppeteer control unit that he has used to manipulate the skeleton, and revealing how he had known their plot all along. So he knew what the wife was trying to do in this in the story, and he did that, and he did his Henry VIII move. After Nora, Watson, and Ruth release Lance from the secret room, Nora tells them that she shot Frederick. When they arrive in the cellar, Frederick explains that he loaded her pew pew with blanks and that his wife David plotted to delete him. And they both met their ends in the vat of acid. He says he is ready for justice to decide if he's innocent or guilty. Watson remains convinced the house is haunted, with David and Annabelle now added to its ranks of ghosts, and that he will be the next victim. Scared. Vincent Price as Frederick Lauren, Carol O'Hamart as Annabelle, Richard Long as Lance, Alan Marshall as Dr. David Trent, Caroline Craig as Nora Manning, Elisha Cook Jr. as Watson Pitchard, Julie Mitchum as Ruth Bridgers, Lenoa Anderson as Miss Slides. Howard Hoffman as Jonas Slides. Slidus. Whatever. Alright, that is Vincent Price in the movie. Right there. See, I'll move myself for a second. And that's like the old fashion, stuff. Pretty cool. Alright. Production. Exterior shots of the house. Hello there, Gam. And he says, "Sup, brother. Hope the stream is going well. I just wrapped mine." Okay, Gam. Well, the stream is going very well. Thank you for asking, and I hope that your stream went well too. Bina, what we're talking about is not only scary stuff, but we're talking about scary movies, or old movies that kind of have to do with Halloween. And I'm talking about one specifically from the 50s. Last year I covered about, as you know, about which I'll cover again this time, about like Michael Myers and the Jason. I did Jason the most back then, but I covered different horror movies or scary movies, and also it's scary stories. But as I said, it's probably to comedic, but basically, you know, yeah, it depends on how one views it. But it's a funny Halloween movie that I like watching. But also, I like talking about different movies that have to do with Halloween stuff. And also, like, we will continue to do this throughout the Halloween season. And I'll be continuing to do the scary stories in this one, too. Well, that's cool, Game. I'm glad that you got that off your chest. I'm sure it was awesome. And Bina, yeah, absolutely. Gam does very good rants. The theatrical trailer promoted the film as The House of Haunted Hill, although all advertising material and the title on the film itself were simply titled House on Haunted Hill. The film is perhaps best known for a promotional gimmick used in the film's original theatrical release called Embargo. In some theaters that showed the film, exhibitors rigged an elaborate pulley system near the theater screen which allowed a plastic skeleton to be flown over the audience during the corresponding scene late in the film. That's really cool. Venus says the movie that scared me to death when I was a kid was Piranha. I didn't learn how to swim till was 12. I was 12. Yeah, that certainly sounds scary, especially as a kid. Yeah. I'll look up that movie. I'll surely look that one up. Theater screen which allowed a plastic skeleton flown over the audience during the corresponding scene late in the film. Several modern repertory cinemas included the Film Forum Lois Jersey Theater and the Music Theater Chicago have hosted a revival screenings of the film during which the embargo gimmick has been recreated. Thanks in part to Castle's gimmickry, the film was a huge success. Alfred Hitchcock took notice of the low budget film's performance at the box office and made his own low budget horror film, became critically acclaimed Psycho in 1960. Castle himself was a Hitchcock fan and tried to imitate Hitchcock's work in his latter films as Homicidal 1961. Another old school movie with a good theater gimmick was the Tangler. They hid a vibrating device under a few seats in the theater. Sounds like a joke, but true. That sounds very interesting. Thanks for sharing that with us. It was reported that Carol Homart was supposed to record the theme in the opening credits. The idea got scrapped. Release. House on Haunted Hill was originally released theatrically by Allied artists. And the theater recalled Aerosmith's Steven Tyler. They had wire and a ghost came down and made everybody jump out of their seats. The girl you were with screamed, you screamed, then you knew everybody went home happy. Laura Marr Productions released the film on VHS cassette on CBS, Fox Videos, and Key Video in October 1985. Two major studios have released it on home and video and remastered versions. Warner Home Video released the film on DVD as a tie-in to release a 1999 remake. In 2005, the film was colorized by Legend Films. The colored version was released on DVD the same year. The 20th Century Fox extras prepared by the Legend Films for the Fox DVD release included an audio commentary track by comedian Michael J. Nelson, a Mystery Science Theater 3000, the two versions of the trailer, and slideshow of images from the film's original press book. Johnny Legend released a 50th anniversary DVD containing many extras such as both the original theatrical trailer and TV spots, plus several William Castle and Vincent Price theatrical trailers of Carol Oamhart's profile in a Golden Age TV shows starring Vincent Price, a DVX file. The colorized version with the commentary embedded is available as part of Nelson's Riff Tax on Demand service in 2009. A newly recorded commentary by Nelson, Kevin Murphy, and Bill Corbett was released by Riff Tracks, and the Riff Tracks team performed a live Riff Tracks of House on Haunted Hill on 28 October 2010. House on Haunted Hill was released and restored Blu-ray edition as part of Shout Factory's 2014 Vincent Price Collection 2. On September 2011, on the 28th, the estate of William Castle released an OTID screenplay from House on Haunted Hill, which is a copy of the shooting script along with Castle's margin notes and the leather bound style Castle used for his shooting script. This edition includes introductions from Joe Dante and the Castle's daughter, Terry. It also features its own version of Embargo, which the skeleton appears to readers. The flip page method. Mondo Media released the film in 2015 as part of the Mondo X trailer series on 28 March 2015 in the Alamo Draft House in Yonkers, New York. On Rotten Tomatoes, the film has received a fresh 80% rating based on the 43 retrospectives review, which an average rating of 7.20 out of 10. All Movie has praised the film retrospectively, writing campy and creepy in equal measures. House on Haunted Hill deserves its status as a horror classic. The film was also spoofed by Riff Tracks on February 9, 2009, and Live Again in Nashville, which was released on DVD on May 16, 2011. The latter also featured two shorts, Magical Disappearing, Money, and Paper. A sequel novel, House on Haunted Hill Reconstruction, written by Gary Rose, was published on 2023 in 2023 as a contemporary reimagining of the iconic Vincent Price horror film, taking place continuing the event in the original film 20 years later. An unbridged audiobook recording of the novel was released in October 25, 2023. That's really cool. I like that. I didn't really know any of this stuff. Remakes. The film was remade as the 1999 House on Haunted Hill, which had a 2007 sequel titled Return of House on Haunted Hill. The 1999 film was released to negative reviews but was a box office success, while the 2007 sequel was direct to video and widely panned. As of 2017, another remake is in development, along with prequel of the original film, later written by Castle's daughter, Terry Castle. Yeah, there was a House on Haunted Hill. Another remake of it. Another classic was 13 Ghosts. Thanks. That's pretty cool. 13 Ghosts is a 1960 American supernatural horror film produced and directed by William Castle. Wow. Written by Rob White and starring Rosemary DeCamp, Margaret Hamilton, Charles Herbert, and Martin Milner, Joe Marrow, and John Von Dreelen, and Donald Woods. 13 Ghosts was released in 1960 as a double bill with 12 to the Moon, The Electric Monster, or Battle in Outer Space, depending on the film market. Plot: the occultist Dr. Plato Zubra bequeaths a large house to his impoverished nephew Cyrus. Along with his wife Hilda, teen daughter Medea, and adolescent son Buck, Cyrus is informed by lawyer Ben Rush that the house comes with ghosts that Dr. Zobra has collected from around the world. The will subpluates that the family must stay in the house and cannot sell it, or it will be turned over to the state. The family is shocked to find out the house really is haunted by 12 ghosts. The furnished mansion also comes with a creepy housekeeper, Elaine, who conducts the seances, and a hidden fortune concealed somewhere on the property. Okay, Gam, thanks. He says that I think the gimmick was he needed 3D glasses to see the ghost, I believe. All right. The spirits include a wailing lady clutching hands, a fiery skeleton, a chef doing his wife and lover in the kitchen, a hanging lady, an executioner holding several heads, a fully grown lion, its headless tamer, a floating head, and a ghost of Zabra himself, all held captive in the eerie house and looking for unlucky 13 ghosts to free them. Dr. Zumbra leaves a set of special goggles, the only way to seeing the ghosts, and the Ouija board warns the family that death will occur in the house. Rush, the estate executioner, knows Zabra's fortune is hidden somewhere in the house, having unsuccessfully searched for the previously when two $100 bills fall loose after Buck slides down the stairs. Rush tricks Bucks into secretly searching for the money. After Bucks finds the cash under the stairs, Rush carries the sleeping boy out of his room and attempts to delete him in the same way that he deleted Zubra, using four-poster bed equipment. Yeah, that sounds like a really cool movie I'd recommend watching for everybody. Let's see. Okay. scared. Piranha, 1978 film. Piranha is a 1978 American horror film directed and co-edited by Joe Dante from a screenplay by John Sayles, based on a story by Richard Robinson and Sayles. The film stars Bradford Dillman, Heather Menzies, and Kevin McCarthy, Kenan Lyon, Barbara Steele, and Dick Miller. It tells the story of a river being intensified by leather genetically altered piranha, threatening the lives of local inhabitants and the visitors to a nearby summer resort. Executive produced by Roger Corman, Piranha is the first installment in a series of low budget B movies inspired by the film Jaws in 1975, which had been a major success for the Universal Pictures and director Steven Spielberg. Initially, Universal had considered obtaining injunction to prevent Piranha being released, particularly as they have released Jaws 2 the same summer, but the lawsuit was dropped after Spielberg himself gave the film a positive comment in advance. Released August 3, 1978, the film was commercial and success and became a cult film. Piranha was filmed a sequel, Piranha 2, and the spawning 1982. The remake one was 1995, and another in 2010 spawned two sequels in 2012. Well, yeah, that reminds me of Jaws. Plot: two two teenagers find an abandoned military compound and skinny dip in a holding pool, but are attacked and deleted by an unseen creatures. Sometime later, determined yet absent-minded skip tracer Maggie McEwen is dispatched to find the missing teenagers near Lost River Lake and hires a Shirley backwoods drunkard, Paul Gorgon, to guide her. They discover the compound and find bizarre jarred specimens and evidence of an occupant inside. Locating a drainage switch for the nearby pool, Maggie empties it to search the bottom, but a haggard man enters and tries to stop her until Paul subdues him. The pair find a skeleton in the pool's filtration trap and learn it was filled with salt water. The man awakens and steals their jeep, but crashes due to being disoriented and is taken to Paul's home. The next day, as street travel downriver, the stranger tells the pair the pool filled with school of piranha. Maggie released them into the river, and she and Paul are skeptical until they come across the corpse of Paul's friend Jack. Gorgon to guide her, they discover the compound and bizarre jarred specimens and evidence of occupant inside. Locating the drainage switch for nearby pool, Maggie empties it to search the bottom, but a haggard man enters and tries to stop her until Paul subdues him. The pair find skeletons in the pool filtration trap and learn it was filled with salt water. The man awakens and steals their Jeep, but crashes due to being disoriented and is taken to Paul's home the next day. As three travel downriver, the strangers tell the pair the pool was filled with a school of piranha, and Maggie released them into the river. She and Paul are skeptical until they come across the corpse of Paul's friend Jack. The stranger reveals himself as Dr. Robert Hoke, lead scientist in the defunct Vietnam War project called Operation Razor Teeth, which involved genetically engineering a ravenous and prodigious strain of piranha that could endure the North Vietnamese river's cold waters and inhabit the Viet Cong movement. The project was cancelled after the war ended, but the mutant specimens survived, and the Hoek tended to themselves salvage this work. Paul realizes that the local dam is opened, and the piranhas will gain access to the Lost River Resort, the nearby summer camp. On their way, the trio rescues the boy whose father was deleted by the piranha. But Hoke is deleted by the mutants before he can reveal how to delete them, and survives narrowly, making it to the shore. Gorgon successfully stops the dam attendant from opening the spillway before calling the military. A military team led by Colonel Waxman and former Razor Teeth scientist Dr. Mengers spread poison upstream, ignoring protests that the piranhas survived the first attempt. When Paul discovers a tributary that bypasses the dam, Waxman and Mengers quarantine him and Maggie to prevent them from altering the media. The pair escape, but Waxman alerts the law enforcement to capture them while Piranha attacks the super camp, injuring the children and getting Betsy a camp counselor. Scared. Waxman and Merger arrive at the resort to intercept Paul and Maggie, but the piranha attack and delete many vacationers. And Waxman, intending to prevent the piranha from reaching the ocean, and spreading around the world, Paul and Maggie commander speedboat and rush to shuttered smelting paint in the hopes that they can use its industrial waste to delete the mutants. They arrive the plant before the piranha, but the control office is submerged, forcing Paul to go underwater with a safety line. Despite being attacked by piranha, he opens the valves and Maggie pulls him to safety. The pair return to the resort where Paul enters a catatonic state during the televised interview. Merger spin an altered version of events and downplays the piranha's existence. Production. Initially, the film had been given a 900,000 budget, but a few days before the shooting, Roger Cor- Roger Corman slashed the budget by 200,000 in order to give additional resources to Avalanche, as Corman was preoccupied with Avalanche director Joe Dante, and his crew were left months mostly to themselves, with Corman not visiting the set and not even aware of who was in the movie until he saw the final cut. Special effects. Phil Tippett constructed 76 rubber piranhas and 4 with metal teeth for close ups in 4 weeks, while Chris Wallace and Rob Short crafted the prosthetic limbs. The piranhas tear into the producer. John Davison was a fan of stop motion animation. He had wanted to use the technique for the piranhas, but it was unfeasible unfeasible given the film's budget. As a consolation, Tippett included a stop motion sequence involving a bipedal fish headed hybrid creature visually inspired by the work of stop motion animator Ray Harryhausen. Creature from 1975, the 20 million miles to Earth lurking around Dr. Hoek's lab. Davison built the amateur for Creature, and Tippett would later reuse the armature during the production of 2021 film Mad God. Tippett sculpted the cast and Creature in foam latex and animated it on a stage at Cascade Pictures Animation Studio in Los Angeles. Yeah, from what I see, Shecky, it looks like it was very well done, and the fish look great. I agree. Davison wanted the stop motion creature to return later in the film, having great size and now looking menacingly over Santa Monica Beach. Theatrical. Piranha was released theatrically in the United States by New World Pictures in 1978. Given the proximity of Jaws to Universal Pictures had considered an injunction, but Spielberg convinced them otherwise. Home media. In 2004, New Concord Home Entertainment released the film Special Edition DVD in 2010 as a tie-on release to the remake. Shout Factory. On March 13, 2015, the film screened R-rated Ultimate Edition in Frag Aurea magazine and special guest Rebecca McKendry. The film grossed $14 million in the foreign box office outside the US and Canada. Critical response. Piranha received mixed reviews at the time of its release. Roger Ebert mocked the really bad, especially effects and odd compulsions of the characters to jump into the water the very moment they discover it is infested by piranhas. Variety wrote that the film was not without its exciting moments and noted that the in-jokes for the film buffs added another dimension to routine pot boiler. Gene Siskel of the Chicago Tribune gave the film 1/2 star out of 4, particularly objecting to the use of women and children as frequent targets of the attacks. Charles Champlin, in his review of the film for Los Angeles Times, called it a swift, efficient program picture which squeezes the most out of its dollar to squeeze the delicious chills of the audience. Jill Forbes of the Monthly Film Bulletin called the film a quickie from the Corman Company that can't decide whether a plump for horror, science fiction, or social comedy plays safe with something for everyone, and found it a lot of fun. Marjorie Bilbo wrote that the film works as spirited scream and giggle noises because there is always something happening, and Joe Dante directs with the sly tongue-in-cheek awareness of existence of Big Brother Jaws. Piranha has since acquired a cult status on the review agitator website Rotten Tomatoes. The film has approval rating of 72% based on 29 reviews with an average rating of 6.5 out of 10. The site's critics' consensus reads, performed with wink and directed with weary self-awareness, Piranha is an unbiased B-movie with sarcastic bite. Piranha was first remade in 1995. This version was also produced by Roger Corman and originally debuted on Showtime. It used footage from the original film for certain sequences. Another remake of the 1978 film was directed by Alexander Aja, who again worked with filmmaking partner Gregory Levasseur. The two worked on other genre films as well as including the 2006 remake The Hills Have Eyes. Distributor Dimension Films Bob Weinstein told the Variety, quote, "We will maintain the fun and thrilling aspects of the original film, but look forward to upping the Anate with a modern day twist. Piranha 3D was theoretically released on United States on August 2010, and is in 3D. Dimension had been deploying the remake of 1978 Joe Dante film Piranha for over a year. It initiated to have Chuck Russell, who previously reworked the 1988 version of the Blob, direct the film before taking on Alexander Aja. Aja intended to rewrite a previous script from Josh Stolberg and Pete Goldfinger. Aja explained, quote, "My goal is not to remake Piranha, but to create a completely new adventure, paying homage to all the creature's films. I am very proud to follow the path of Joe Dante and James Cameron, and look forward to working with Greg Levasseur to write and direct such fun and glory thrill ride. The film's cast includes Elizabeth Shrew, Christopher Lloyd, Richard Dreyfuss, Adam Scott, and Jerry O'Connell." Well, that looks like a very interesting movie. It's also scary. Also in 2010, it looks like they remade it too. Piranha. Let's see. Yeah, those things look scary. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm sure people would be apprehensive about swimming after seeing things like this. Ah. The Hills Have Eyes were scary. Okay. Yeah, scared. All right, Checky. All right. Scared. Yeah, I was trying to look at the original. I'm on there now. The Hills Have Eyes is a 1978 American horror film which directed and edited by Wes Carvin and starring Susan Lanier, Michael Berryman, and Dee Wallace. The film follows the Caters, a suburban family targeted by a family of cannibal savages after becoming stranded in Nevada desert. Scared. Following the Cravens' directorial debut, The Last House of the Left, 1972, producer Peter Locke was interested in financing a similar project. Craven based the film's script on the legend of a Scottish cannibal, Swanee Bean. So, Swanee Bean, are all beans cannibals or not? We'll have to find out. Swanee Bean, which Craven viewed as illustrating how supposedly civilized people could become savage. Other influences on the film include John Ford's Grapes of Wrath, 1940, the Toby Hooper's 19 no 1974, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. The Hills Have Eyes was shot in the Mojave Desert. The film's crew were initially unenthusiastic about the project, but they became more passionate due to the Cravens' enthusiasm and came to believe that they were making the special movie. The Hills Have Eyes earned 25 million at the box office and sprawled a franchise. All subsequent films in the series were made with Craven's involvement. The Hills Have Eyes was released on VHS in 1988 and has subsequently been released on DVD, Blu-ray, while Don Piak's score of the film has been released on CD and vinyl. Vinyl. Reviews of the film were mostly positive, with critics praising the intense narrative of the humor. Some critics have interpreted the film as containing commentary or morality. American politics of the film has become a cult classic. The suburban Carter family is traveling. This is the plot. The suburban Carter family is traveling on vacation, towing a trailer en route to Los Angeles. Parents Bob and Ethel are driving, accompanied by their teenage children Bobby, Brenda, eldest daughter Lynn, Lynn's husband Doug, Lynn, nay, and Doug's baby daughter Catherine, Kathy. and the family's dogs, Beauty and Beast. In Nevada, they stop at Fred's oasis for fuel, and Fred urges them to stay on the main road as they leave. Fred's truck suddenly explodes, dismissing Fred's warning as a crazy person's rambling. The Carters get startled by overhead aircraft when driving near Nellis Air Force Range and skid off the road and crash. The dogs become very panicky and start barking at the hills. Beauty then runs off into the hills, chasing after her. Bobby finds her mutilated body, frightened her. He runs, falls, and knocks himself unconscious. Bob walks back to Fred's oasis to get help. At night falls, he finds Fred, who tells him about his son Jupiter. As a child, Jupiter deleted the family's livestock and later deleted the sister. Fred attacked Jupiter with a tire iron and left him in the hills to be deleted. Wow. However, Jupiter survived and had children with a depraved alcoholic prostitute known as Mama. Together, they had three sons: Mars, Pluto, and Mercury, known as Mama, and an abused daughter, Ruby. The family, led by Papa Jupiter, survives the cannibalizing travelers and stealing supplies. Papa Jupiter suddenly crashes through the window and deletes Fred with tire iron and Bob prisoners and crucifies him. Wow. Joshua Tree Monument is the edge of the Mojave Desert. The weirdos come out of nowhere from between the rocks. Wow. That is something. That is something. If I'm recalling correctly, yeah, Mac had an operating system called Mojave. If I'm pronouncing it wrong, let me know. Yeah, I could imagine it would freak you out. Yeah. Brenda finds Bobby still shaken up about Beauty, and the two return to the trailer. Bobby does not mention Beauty's deletion to avoid frightening the rest of the family. Pluto sneaks into the trailer and signals Papa Jupiter to set Bob on fire and distract as a distraction. Brenda says in the trailer with Katie, while Ethel, Lynn, Doug, and Bobby rush out to save Bob. The Carters eventually extinguish the fire, but Bob is deleted shortly afterwards. As the Carters extinguish the fire, Pluto and Mars ransack the camper, and Mars grapes Brenda. When Ethel and Lynn return, Mars shoots them both. Pluto abducts Katie and flees with Mars. This sounds like a really bad acid trip. Intending for the family to eat her, hearing their screams, Doug and Bobby rush back, only to find Lynn deleted, Ethel mortally wounded, and Brenda traumatized. Mars and Pluto return to their home, a cave. Beasts publish Mercury off a hilltop. To his deletion, Mama chains Ruby outside the cave, torments her, and forces her to eat Beauty as punishment for sympathizing with Carter's. The next morning, shortly after Ethel is deleted, Doug sets out to find Katie while Papa Jupiter and Pluto set out to delete the remaining family members. Yeah, traumatized and disturbing are two good words for this film. Beast tears Pluto's throat out, and Brenda Bobby Ethel's corpse, and trap and delete Papa Jupiter. Doug gets in the cave where he sees Ruby knocking out Mama and carrying Katie away, and Doug catches up with Ruby, and Mars follows the attacks. Mars gains the upper hand, and Ruby interferes, enabling Doug to overpower him. Doug then savagely stabs Mars and continues long after he is deleted. Whistle, Ruby weeps. Wow. I was just about to say this because I was seeing this picture and it reminds me of this. And ladies and gentlemen, we got some synchronicity here. Because Steve Powell Apolli notes the parallels between Hansel and Gretel in The Hills Have Eyes. And my name is Hansel. So, here we go. Isn't that something? Wow. So, shout out the synchronicity. That's pretty cool. The fairy tale that I'm named after has to low-key do with this crazy film. And it is 333. Wow. Wes Craven desired to make a non-horror film following his directorial debut. Oh, awesome name. Awesome name. Shout out to Steve. Directorial debut. The Last House on the Left, because he saw the horror genre as contrasting. However, he could not find producers interested in financing a project that did not feature bloody violence. Craven's friend, producer Peter Locke, was interested in financing a horror exploitation film, and Craven decided to write the project due to his monetary issues. Craven considered collaborating with Sean Cunningham on a horror children's film based on Hansel and Gretel, but Locke wanted the film to be more a vein of The Last House of the Left, according to Steve Powell Apolli. Craven decided to write the project in his monetary issue. Craven considered collaborating with Sean S. Cunningham on a horror children's film based on Hansel and Gretel, but Locke wanted the film to be more in vain. The Last House Left, according to Steve Powell Apolli. Metro Silicon Valley. The finished film still features elements of Hansel and Gretel, specifically its portrayal of people getting lost in the wilderness and settling a trap for their tormentors. Powell Apolli Also noted the witch from Hansel and Gretel and the villains from Hills both trying to cannibalize children. In writing the project for Locke, Craven decided he wanted something more sophisticated than Last House on the Left. He added that he didn't want to feel uncomfortable again about making statements about human depravity. Searching for a story to film, Craven began looking up terrible things in the New York Public Library. See, that was their version of the internet back then. While going through the library's forensics development, Craven learned the legend of Swanee Bean, the alleged head of 48-person Scottish clan responsible for the deletion and cannibalization of more than 1,000 people. What interested Craven in the legend was how after Bean's clan was arrested, they were tortured, quarantined, burned, and hanged. Craven saw this treatment of the Bean clan by supposedly civilized people as paralleling the clan's own savagery. Craven decided to base the film on the legend. Another major inspiration for the project was Tobe Hooper's The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, one of Craven's favorite films. The bloody, disgusting Zachary Paul says that the that both films center on group of vacationaries who are stranded in the wide open nowhere and must protect themselves against lightly knit family of the cannibals and feature an archetypical gas station of doom. You know, Shecky, the gas station of doom. That's something I gotta use to refer to some certain gas stations. Like the house on the left before the film drew influence from the work of European directors such as Francois Truffaut and Louis Buñuel. Shecky, thanks, and everybody else that told about movies to talk about. Thanks for that, and also Shecky, I'm really enjoying this reading about this movie. Thanks. Other inspirations for The Hills Have Eyes were Craven's neighbors and family, on whom the Carters were modeled, The Director's Nightmare, and John Ford's The Grasps of Wrath, 1940. The original script was titled Blood Relations and Sun Wars, and The Sun Wars, and was set in New Jersey during 1984, several years in the future. As Locke's girlfriend, Liz Torres often performed the Las Vegas during this period. Locke saw lots of desert landscapes as the the film was being written and suggested that Craven set the film in the desert due to budgetary constraints. The film was written to have few roles and be set in a few locations. Originally, the film was to end with surviving members of the family reuniting as the trailer at the trailer site. Significantly, they could move on with their lives. Craven ultimately opted from an ending where Doug stabs Mars as disgusting. As disgusted, Ruby watches, and he liked the role reversal that the ending created. Craven also wanted the two families of the story to mirror images of each other, believing that this would allow him to explore different sides of the human personality. There's political themes. Craven has said that the film expresses a rage against American culture and the bourgeoisies. Stephen J. Schneider, a film critic from the Census of Cinema, views the Carters as bourgeoisie family, while the film's cannibals, according to him, may represent any number of oppressed, embattled, and downtrodden minority social ethnic groups. John Kenneth Muir views Carters as representing the United States, and while The Hills Have Eyes can be interpreted as an allegory about the Vietnam War, this is complicated by the fact that Carters defeat their enemies, unlike the American forces in Vietnam. Muir instead sees the film as being about the class divide in America, with Carter symbolizing the wealthy and Papa Jupiter's family representing the poor. He supports this theory by noting that the Carters and the cannibals are both from America. Moral themes, according to Stephen J. Schneider and the Senses of Cinema, the sequence where Big Bob is crucified symbolizes the utter repudiation of Judeo Christian ethics. Schneider also views everyone in the film as guilty in some way. Slant Magazine's Ed Gonzalez characterized the film as morally inconsequential, commenting that with the film ending, Craven seemingly believes he's saying something about our instinctual need to delete for pleasure, but this philosophy does not hold water considering the context of Doug's situation. It's a cut dry, sick case of life or death, self defense. In Wes Craven, The Art of Horror, John Kenneth Murray writes that the film is not saying that the Carter family are worse than their enemies, as the cannibal clan commits violent acts more horrific than anything. Carters do that, but the Carters must stoop to their level of barbarians to defeat the barbarians. Muir also believes while the actions of Jupiter's family are inexcusable, they are understandable as they are trying to survive, they say. So there's interesting in this time period, there is always a lot of symbolism in these movies. Basically, you have a situation where in the 70s, like, there's a lot of very creative works were made. I liked the cinema about it, and I liked how a lot of the stuff was based off of the Vietnam War and the social issues that were going on in the country at that time. and the symbolic stuff. You have to really admire the creativity here, and also the other factors such as the use of symbolic means of the war, of the class situation, and also the situation with using Hansel and Gretel, and also using the Scottish cannibal. I think that sounds like a very interesting, although it's a very terrifying movie. It's very interesting things came together to make this film, and a lot of movies at this time, like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the opening, like the dude, he was a the hitchhiker. He's a Vietnam veteran, and he worked at a slaughterhouse, and you all know how that goes. But yeah, so it's interesting to see the themes about the Vietnam War and stuff because it was very difficult from what I studied about it for people at this time period. Like in this time period in America, we have difficulties. And in a different way, there is a lot of difficult things going on at this other time period. And also, I can understand the frustrations with the war and other social changes going on that cause people to be angry and upset. And I think it's expressing oneself through a movie is better than burning down an entire city or saying this group is more better than this group and these stupid things these people do these days. I mean, so as I said, a creative movie is good, is a better way to express yourself than how a lot of people express themselves these days. You know, yeah. Even the train agrees. The genre. In Men, Women, and Chainsaws and Carol Clover characterizes The Hills Have Eyes. Yes, yes, indeed. The Hills Have Eyes as a grape and revenge film. Stephen J. Schneider classifies the film as a hybrid horror film, road movie, Sikh film, and Western. Christopher Charette film quietly seen as a film more akin to anti-Westernism. Anti-Western. So this has themes of anti-Western. Yes, yes, indeed. I'm about to read another part of that. I'm just looking up something. Right, exactly. I was looking up when DVDs came out, and they came out before I was born, but I was used to more VHS tapes because my mom didn't like DVDs. And then, like in the early 2000s, as I was, that's when I was a kid. At some point, DVDs were around, and I'm like, wow, that's something very interesting. Now it's digital stuff. Like now I'm like, wow, digital stuff, very interesting. Yeah, so I remember when I was a kid, the VHS tapes, we all used that all the time. Then VHS tapes became obsolete. Home media. The Hills Have Eyes was released on VHS in July 1981. It was released for the first time on DVD by Lionsgate Home Entertainment on September 23, 2003, as a two-disc special edition on September 29. That same year, it was released by Anchor Bay Entertainment. Anchor Bay would release the film again in 2006. The film made Blu-ray debut September 6, 2011 by Image Entertainment, who also released the film on DVD that same day in 2013. Anchor Bay released the film on Blu-ray as double feature with Reanimator 1985 and on DVD as part of a four-disc set, which also includes Reanimator, Sleepwalkers 1992, and Dark Falls 2003. Film had its own Canadian release on both DVD and Blu-ray by E1 Entertainment on January 10, 2013. The film was released on Blu-ray by Arrow Video on October 11, 2016, and again on January 30, 2018. Shecky says VHS could get a little weird, but DVD got scratched. It was almost useless. Yeah, VHS tape could get kind of creepy sometimes. It'll goof out a little bit, but yeah, when a DVD gets all scratched up, yeah, yeah, absolutely. Mom took me to a lot of advanced ideas. Also took me to opening of Apocalypse Now. Well, that's very cool that she did that. And my mom brought me to a lot of movies and stuff, and exposed me to different cinema. That's why I'm so interested in this stuff. Yeah, so it's good that there's cool parents out there. Casting: Michael Berryman, who has well, that is awesome. Your dad brought you to Star Wars. That's awesome. Star Wars was a very great franchise. I love Star Wars, and yeah, facts, Shecky, facts. Yeah, and also with Star Wars, yeah, that was a really cool movie. Although obviously I was not there when it came out originally, but I saw the VHS tapes about it. Very good. I really enjoyed watching Star Wars, and like I saw the whole thing with the I watched the whole series, and I saw the Luke I'm your father, and like I was a kid so I didn't know, and I had the same surprise as everybody else did. It was like you kind of can see it coming, like it was there, but it's kind of surprising when it actually happens. It's like what? It's a little bit of a twist of events, and also the prequels are. I like the prequels. I understand people don't like them, but I think that they give a good foundation to the futures, like of what was going to happen later with Darth Vader and all. But of course, there's debate about that. A lot of people have debate about that. But yeah, so Yeah, that's cool. He took you to that. I'm glad that you're enjoying the conversation, the stream. Yeah. Casting. So Michael Berryman, who has 26 different birth defects, won the role of Pluto. He was elected. No, he was elated to be the cast in a horror film due to his love of The Mummy Curse 1944 and other black and white Universal monster films. The character of Ruby needed to be played by an actress who was fast runner. Also, the actress who auditioned for the part required to race each other. You're welcome. Janice Blythe. One part partially because she outran all of the other auditing actresses. Locke wanted to make a cameo appearance to the film and was given the role of Mercury, who appears briefly in the film. Locke was credited for the role under the name King Arthur. Gunnar Hansen, who played Leatherface in Texas Chainsaw Massacre, was offered the part but rejected it so that he could move to Maine and focus on his literary career. He later came to regret not appearing in the film. All right. It was shot in Victorville, California. Read a little bit of this, and that'll be it for the show tonight. All right. Principal photography for The Hills Have Eyes began in October 1976. The film was shot in Victorville, California, in the Mojave Desert, using 16 millimeter film on cameras that were borrowed from California, let's say, adult filmmaker. The film cost between 350,000 and 700,000 around trice the budget of The Last House to the Left. The film's actors were paid minimum wage, and the film's crew were non-union. Locke was on the film set every day of it shoot, making sure the Craven was being productive. All right. And what we're going to do is tomorrow we're going to resume the rest of this part when we talk about this tomorrow night for those that come here. All right. Switching over. All right. All right, so I talked about what needed to be talked about tonight through the various segments of the stream marathon. And also, we had a really good crowd tonight. We had different people come through. And I enjoyed all the different insights. We talked about the drive-in movie theaters, and we talked about the hurricane and some political stuff, and we came all the way to this part where we talked about scary stories and movies at the same time, because that's what I do during the Halloween season. We talk about these spooky movies and stuff like that. And also, I really appreciate the likes, the support, and the different people that come through. And tomorrow we will review more about The Hills Have Eyes and the other topics that we talk about. And let's see. Glad that you all came tonight. It was nice talking about the different topics, stuff like that. And alright, that's all I have to say for this. And thank you all for coming. And have a good... Now we will be doing the live stream tomorrow. And likely on Saturday too, during the day. And you all have a great Friday and a great weekend coming up. And peace.